3, 2, 1, live from New York. It's Saturday night. Welcome, everybody, to the Good Logic Players Edition, where tonight we are going to be having a special edition of Good Logic, where we are going to be doing a live read for you right here, right now, in person, the Stormy Daniels testimony, day one of her testimony from May 7th, which our players have their transcripts. I think I'm going to share a transcript on screen. That's probably the best way to do it, right? Is people want to read along in case y'all slur your stuff. So, in the different roles that we have going here, okay. So we're gonna have. I'm going to be playing the role of Judge Mershan, my adversary, and my adversary. So no jokes in the way I'm going to be doing Judge Mershan. Stormy is going to be played by the one and only potentially criminal. We're playing the role of Stormy Daniels. Being questioned by Jess, and you see a little Hoffinger there, which is the name of the attorney. Cathy is going to be playing Trump's counsel, and objecting where appropriate. Trump's counsel being Susan Nescheles. That is our, and I'm going to pull up here on the screen so you all can see exactly. You can read along, even though we were late and guy. That's great. That's pretty great, Grifty. All right, so there we go. So I'm gonna share my screen here so you all can read along with us as we're doing this. And voila. Okay. So we're going to start after they've already. Now, just to let you be aware, there was a whole back and forth about what testimony Stormy would be allowed to do. It went on for like 10 pages or so. I covered this the other day. I'm not going to go through it again. But one of the things that they said is that they're not going to let her get very explicit about details as to the encounter because it's not really necessary. So there you go. So cheers to the casting director. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, let's get this. So let's get this. I don't think we need. I assume Cathy's gonna come back in here. If you can all just hold on 1 second for just a second here. I gotta take care of something over here.
Okay, so Joe's gonna take care of something. I guess we'll mind the store.
You're in charge, Stormy.
Yeah, I know. All right, chat. We gotta meet the goal, and I'll start unbuttoning buttons.
Ooh. Start to see a bunch of $1 super chats come in.
That'd be great.
Make it rain.
Yes. Has Cohen testified yet? I think he. No, actually, I don't know. Not sure if he did.
Are you familiar with Hoffinger's delivery?
No, I didn't. I didn't actually get to hear it, but Stormy talks so weird when she gives interviews. It's really hard to mimic her.
Where's she from? What kind of accent does she have?
Louisiana, but she doesn't have the. She doesn't sound like it at all. So, I'm sure her vocal cords have been bruised and disfigured beyond belief. So that's why she talks all weird.
Must be.
That's Joe. Got to go bake the bagels. He's got to go make the locks. Yeah, Cohen's coming up. You want to read as Stormy, not Panda. Well, you gotta get what you gotta get, J-Rock. Besides, what is a woman anyway?
We'll never know.
Yeah.
The year is 2024, Sean.
Yes.
Nothing matters. The rules are made up. Nothing matters.
You sound that weird if that much eggplant too. Yeah, I know, that's a thing. Although it's so funny, they pin their hopes on this. You know, this trial's built around the testimony of this worn out hoe.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And you said she didn't make very much money off of her career.
Well, she sounds like, because she's like, oh, you can afford your own house. She's like, well, actually, I didn't mean my own house. I could like rent stuff. And it's like, she almost wanted to say like, I could almost rent my own trailer. Like it sounded really bad. Like she had barely made enough money to take care of herself.
Oof.
And it's like, you've had a decade of decades of getting plowed, and like other porn stars have like made their money. Like Pam Anderson made her money, Jenna
Yeah.
Jameson made her money. Like why couldn't you?
I mean, and then you have the new school version, the OnlyFans models that
Mhm.
don't have to even get physical, and they're still raking it in. It's like, oof,
Yeah.
she's got to be feeling
How,
lots
how,
of
how should
things.
Stormy feel about being injected with Trump's seed? She should feel
Ooh.
the Emperor of Mankind touched her. Should we all be that fortunate?
All right, sorry about that. I had to take care of something. You back here? You're back. Good. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. Bella Stella gifting 20 Good Logic memberships. Welcome to Lawgic. 20 new people here. Good Logic. The following. Welcome to the following. Following is not at all. It's not at all. Not at all. Not at all. A cult. Type of cult. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that's the one thing everyone knows. It's not at all a cult type of cult. We're gonna make this much bigger. We have a lot of ground to cover, so I can't go through the 20 people here. But everyone knows who's not the leader of the following. Thank you. Thank you. The leader is Worcestershire. It's not me. It's definitely not me. I'm the host. That's all I am here. And also, Ellie says, Stormy, don't forget your boyfriend. All right, we're good to go. Cathy, you're going to be doing all the objections. I'm going to be playing the judge. Questions are going to be asked by Hoppinger, and Stormy is going to be played by potentially criminal. Stormy, having been sworn in, court officer saying you could have a seat, and the witness says, thank you. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Pull your chair up to the microphone. State your first and last name. Ready?
Red,
Go.
yeah. My name is Stormy Daniels. My last name Daniels.
I thought it was Stephanie Clifford personally, but okay. All right. Good morning, Miss Daniels.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Is there anything I could do for you, Judge?
Oh my. Good morning, Ms. Daniels.
There we go.
Good morning.
Hi.
Ms. Daniels, have you also been known as Stephanie Clifford?
Yes.
What name do you prefer that we use here at court?
Stormy Daniels.
Now, are you testifying here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, I am. My favorite peanuts. They're subbed.
Without providing any specific names, can you tell the jury a little bit about your family?
Sure, I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My parents divorced when I was 4, so I was raised mostly by my mom. Now I live in Florida with my partner, and I share custody of my young daughter with her dad.
And have you known your partner?
I've known him for almost 25 years.
Tell the jury a little bit about your life growing up in Louisiana.
Like I said, I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My parents split up when I was 4 years old. I was mostly raised by my mom, very low-income family. She was a single working mom. I went to a private, very Christian, very strict elementary school that my dad paid for. Then I entered the
I love how you play Stormy like Cartman. It's perfect. It's perfect.
It's hard. I've listened to her talk before, and she has such a weird pattern of speech in the way she inflects. It's not. It's hard.
Oh, it's
the best thing I could come up with.
You're doing perfect. Seriously, like Cartman is perfect. Keep doing it like that.
That's great.
Which is for you. You have to maintain a certain GPA in middle and high school. I went to an engineering high school because I wanted to be a veterinarian. Fucking glad that didn't happen. We all know about white women and dogs, but holy Jesus, that would have been bad. And they had the best recommendation for getting into college and getting scholarships. So I graduated from Scotlandville Magnet High School in 1997. I graduated in the top 10% of my class for the country and applied both to LSU Veterinarian School and Texas A&M. I received a full scholarship to Texas A&M for veterinary medicine, but even that still requires you to pay for things that aren't included in scholarships. So I took a year off from that and never actually got to go back.
So you never actually went. You didn't go to college, correct?
Correct, but I did take classes in high school.
And did you participate in some clubs in high school?
Yes, I did.
What kind of clubs or hobbies were you involved with when you were in high school?
I was the editor of my high school paper, so I was in the journalist club. I was in 4-H because I loved horses.
Oh, no.
What is 4-H? All you guys
4-H
have 4-H. I don't know
it's-
what 4-H is even.
It's the junior to FFA, Future Farmers of America.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I was an FFA. I raised a heifer. So you have a farm animal that you raise and then take it to slaughter, basically.
Yeah.
You can't live in this area of New Jersey and know what 4-H is. You have to go east or south.
Right. I don't know
or
what that even
west.
means.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's so like if you're in 4-H, you'll have 4-H groups. Like there's groups of families and kids that get together. They have horses and like for the county fairs, and I know that's something you guys don't necessarily get either. But
Right.
for agriculture, they're technically agricultural fairs. You get together, you present your horses. You know, is your horse well groomed? Is it well taken care of? And you compete for like who's got the best draft horses in the county. But then you also do things like you raise hogs, and those hogs get auctioned off, or you're raising steers and the steer gets auctioned off. You know, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, dogs, and cats. There's all kinds of things there for 4-H, and it's been around for over 120 some years now, and it was started here in Ohio, actually.
All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah,
That was
so
way
there
more of
you
a
go.
history than I anticipated
so
for a very
And we'll-
simple 7-word question. So
yeah.
you
Well,
know.
I thought
thank you
asked.
kindly. All right. So tell us more. And then I was aside from regular 4-H. Go on. Let's do it.
Aside from the regular 4-H, I was in the equine department of the 4-H department,
Yeah.
which is the equestrian horseback riding part of that. And I was in the Baton Rouge Ballet Company.
And I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit so that the court reporter can get it all down, and also so that the jury can hear you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm sorry. Did you do some work during high school, some paperwork?
Yes, I did. I taught handicap rider lessons at the stable where I kept my horse in exchange for board and feed for my horse and riding lessons. And I shove manure. Perfect timing. And then I went on to dancing.
Okay. Tell us about the dancing. When you went on to that?
I was 17, I think, and a friend of mine. I met a friend who told me she was a dancer. I thought she meant the same kind of dancing that I did, which is ballet, jazz, and tap. I was wrong. She was an exotic dancer, invited me to the club to see her dance, and they didn't bother to check my ID. So I started dancing on the weekends, which was actually kind of cool because I didn't have to miss any classes and could still make more in 2 nights than I did shoveling manure 8 hours a day.
Whereupon at this time, Principal Court Reporter Susan Pierce Bates relieved Lebo Kamsky as the official court reporter. And now, yeah, so there we go. Continue direct. Let's go, Ms. Hoffman.
So you started making money and then in high school, is that right?
Yes.
And did you move out of your mother's house at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
During or shortly after high school?
When I was 17.
And just briefly, why did you move out of your mother's house? Just briefly.
My mother was very neglectful. She wouldn't make me chicken tendy. She would disappear for days at a time. I wish I could say that she was an addict of some sort, but that'd be kind of an excuse. But to this day, I don't really know. We lived in a really bad neighborhood, and she would just vanish. And so finally, it came to a head right around Christmas time of my senior year. And then I left for a couple of weeks. And then I came home. And since I was 17, which in Louisiana at that time you were considered an adult, so I moved out.
And have you supported yourself ever since?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time that you started also doing some other work, for example, nude modeling for some magazines?
Yes, when I was 21.
Why did you do that?
Well, I was working at the club, and as I said, we would have guest stars. They're called featured entertainers. For those that don't know, it's like traveling acts that come in and they headline at the club. They put on very fancy burlesque shows. Either they breathe fire, do aerial stilts.
What?
The stilts, oh wow,
there's a comma there, you know. There's a comma, aerial.
I know, but there's stilts. It's like, wow, the titties are 3 feet higher. Ooh.
All right.
They're naked up higher. Just like they are the star performance, and they give them all the special treatment. And because I had this background in actual dancing, and I was like, I want to do that. But you have to have some sort of a reason to be the headliner. You have to have a reason they pay you to come in and be the star. And a way to do that is either to pose for magazines or do competitions or to do adult movies.
Wow.
So if you were a regular in the girls' club, you could come and perform. But if you're like a Playboy or Playboy Centerfolds or one of those people, then you too could be a headliner. So you would have to do what they would call credentials, credits. And so I asked a lot of those performers how they got those. And of course they said, you have to have these credits or a reason to be the star. And they connected me with some photographers and videographers.
This is the brief answer. Go
and
on.
I went on a
briefly.
I went on a this is just like I got into porn.
Yeah.
I went on to pose for some magazines to get the accolades, I guess. I was able to go on to tour as the featured headliner.
Would that enable you to make more money?
Yes, obviously you get paid for that.
How old were you when you started that work?
21.
Now, did there come a time that you also worked in the adult film industry?
Yes.
Why did you move into doing that work?
It started the same way I just explained. So when you had those, you were this guest star, this feature entertainer. You could do contests of what?
I don't want to know.
And you could. That's what I want, contest. Really, you could literally be Miss Nude North America, or you could do magazines. Like I said, but each one needs sort of like a level. You have to level up. It's like Call of Duty. They top out on a pay grade, and the people who make most for their performance were the people who, the girls, the performers who had done adult films. And I topped out of rate, and I was doing really well. I never had any sort of issue, nudity or sex or adult films. So I went to California with a girlfriend of mine who was out there to do a shoot. And she obviously just wanted me to go with her, and I never went to California. She said, I will pay for your trip. I am so scared. So I went with her. I was an extra, like a completely clothed background extra in a bar in her shoots. And the director is a very famous director from the famous adult company, Wicked Pictures, saw me and he said, actually, I thought I was already an adult actress and asked me if I would be in another movie. I was honestly kind of scared to do it. And he said, I will do it with you. And just doing one, you can say you have done it and it bumps you up in pay grade. Do you get like it's like getting your SAG card or what?
I guess
How do you know?
You earn your stripes.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure she's earned her stripes multiple times. Just those stripes have been wiped off.
Oh.
So I said yes, and I will cut out a lot of the other details. And
Thank
5
you.
days later, she got a plane to fly back home, and I got offered a contract at Wicked Pictures.
And how old were you at the time?
23.
Did there come a time that you started writing for adult films?
Yes, about 6 months later.
Were you still about 23 years old?
I was 23, yes.
Do you continue to write for adult films?
Yes, I still do.
And did there come a time when you started directing in that industry?
Yes, I directed my first adult film. It was a feature, which is there are two kinds of films. One that's like not scripted, and you're just kind of sort of seeing. There's no thinking. You don't even have to learn dialogue or whatever. And then there are adult features that are very scripted, kind of the ones if you cut out the really naughty stuff you will see on TV late at night. They're basically actual movies that have sex. It's just like Schindler's List, guys. A real tour de force. That's what the company I wrote for did. I'm sure she.
It's just like
she misunderstood the purpose of what a screen treatment was. I was one of the youngest, if not the youngest adult feature director, and definitely the youngest female feature director. I started directing when I was 23. Should have regular GW Pabst. I have directed over 150 films, and I have won 11 Best Director Awards and 2 Best Screenplays.
She's Cicely B. DeMille.
Yeah. And you've also acted in what we call mainstream movies.
Hey, that's me.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. And have you also acted in what we would call mainstream movies?
Yes.
Could you give the examples of those you did?
Sure, I was in a movie called The 40-Year-Old Virgin, Knocked Up, Finding Bliss, a whole bunch. I've been in TV shows too.
I'll just ask you to slow down a little bit.
I was in a television show called The Dirt with Courtney Cox, super bad.
And have you also acted in some music videos?
Yes, I did music videos for Maroon 5, a band called Granny Four Barrel, Rob Zombie.
Have you also directed some music videos?
Yes.
Have you also written or are you writing some books?
Yes, I have written a book, and I'm in the process of finishing up 2 others.
And the name of your book and name the book you completed?
Well, the book I completed was released in 2018. It's called Full Disclosure.
Yeah, what do you think that's about?
Next year.
What do you think that's about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And have you also done some comedy shows?
Yes.
This one right now.
I was about to say, yeah. What is it? Is it titled My Autobiography?
Have you also in the past hosted a podcast?
Yes.
What was the podcast about?
The podcast was called Beyond the Norm. It was sort of anything that is beyond the norm. It's about anything from like serial killers, female serial killers, like to UFO abductions, paranormal stuff, porn. It's beyond the norm, politics, anything like that. Joe Rogan already beat you.
Connection with the podcast that might have involved politics in some of those. Did you discuss Mr. Trump or your experience with him?
Yes, of course.
Do you still host that podcast?
Sadly, no, I don't.
Why not?
I got fired.
Why was that?
Because I was reluctant to continue talking about just that one narrative about this case and about, like, politics. I was told I could pick a variety of things to talk about, and they just kept going down this one subject line, and...
It is because of that subject line that you do not have the podcast?
Correct.
Were you recently featured in a documentary?
Yes.
What, briefly, was the documentary about?
About my life and story.
Included in that documentary, did you also speak about Mr. Trump and your experience with him?
Yes.
Now, the reason that the prosecutor is asking these questions, just in case you're wondering, is to sort of cut this sting out from the cross-examination, throwing this out there. That's why they want to get this. They want to get in front of that on direct. Go on.
In about 2009, did you also explore running in the Republican primary for Senate in Louisiana?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little about that?
In 2009, let's see. I got an email from a friend saying, did you know about this? There's a guy in Louisiana. First, it came at me as a person is using your name, your trademark name, and your image to promote himself. She was actually a little bit wrong. It was a draft Stormy campaign, and it was to go against Republican David Vitter, Senator David Vitter. And I got real mad and basically got a hold of the guy. His name is Brian Welsh. And went after him to stop using my image and name to promote himself. But it wasn't to promote himself. It was to bring attention to this candidate. The Republican candidate in Louisiana who was running on a platform of who was anti-women and trying to shut down reproductive rights and sex education in school and Planned Parenthood. Meanwhile, he got caught doing some unsavory things, and he had no intention of making me the senator, but I was bringing it to helping to bring attention. I jumped on board and basically said that I was a better choice than this guy, but I dropped out. I never wanted to actually move back to Louisiana. I didn't want to establish residency. I made a lot more money doing the job I was doing at the time, which made for some fun campaign slogans I actually would have loved to use, but David Vitter would never he wouldn't debate me.
So just to clarify, was the platform that you were interested in running on was to promote sex education and women's reproductive rights?
Correct.
So don't you love how they portray her as she's just this beacon of feminism right here?
Yes.
This is this empowered woman right here. All right. Go on.
And if you had run, you would be running as Republican, correct?
Correct.
I would like to now direct your attention to July of 2006. Were you working at a celebrity golf tournament in Lake Tahoe at that time?
Yes.
And for whom were you working at that time?
I was still under contract with Wicked Pictures, the adult film company.
Contract, meaning you were both a director and a writer and also an actress?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you and others from Wicked Entertainment doing at this golf tournament in Lake Tahoe in July of 2006?
Fuck.
Are you okay there, Sean?
No. So Wicked sponsors one of the holes on the golf course.
Phrasing.
Which, yes, they know. I know it's very funny. We're an adult film company sponsoring one of the holes.
This is actually probably a perfect portrayal.
And she said this all with a straight face. That's the sad part. And we had a table in the gift room where the celebrities would come through. A bit of phrasing, but a bit of an actual self-report there, I'm betting.
Oh, man.
They come get a gift bag. Check out the products. Once again, it's self-report. They post their photos. And it's pretty common in any sort of event. They usually have a gift room. Well, once again, that's a bit of a self-report. And even awards shows have these. It's very common.
So you went with others from your company to promote the company?
Right. It was myself, the owner of the company, a couple of the other staff from the company, and some of the contract girls. And the players would come around, and you would stay at your hole and the company's logo, and you would give them water, towels, and take a towel off.
I think she was actually saying this stuff to have the innuendo in there. Was she doing this on purpose? Answering questions?
I don't know if she's that smart. Telling everybody
I
off.
think it's intentional, by the way. I think it's totally intentional. This is the one area of innuendo that she's very familiar with, undoubtedly.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then later, well, I'm sure her daughter's going to be like, "Yay, mommy, I'm proud of you. Happy Mother's Day." Actually, it is Sunday, so yes, Happy Mother's Day out there.
Yeah.
And then later the next day or whatever, the evening, they would go off to the gift rooms.
And did you meet Donald Trump on the golf course at that celebrity golf tournament in Lake Tahoe?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how you encountered him on the golf course?
It was a very brief encounter. The players were playing. They came through very quickly. We met
Oh,
every
no.
person who was in the golf tournament at that moment. They came through. Obviously, they would take their shot. I would say hello and introduce myself to them. I introduced myself, the company, and the other contract girls. Not just to Mr. Trump, but every player that came through. Gave them water, posed for pictures. It was a very brief encounter on the course.
Do you recall, if at all, what you discussed with Mr. Trump on the golf course at that time?
It wasn't very much. So, the owner of the company was like, "This is my contract girl, Jessica, and this is my contract star and director, Stormy Daniels." And that's when he acted like, "Oh, you actually direct too? You must be the smart one." And there's a picture, and they moved on.
What did you know about Mr. Trump at that time, if anything?
Well, that he was obviously a golfer and that he had a television show I had never seen called Celebrity Apprentice or The Apprentice.
Never seen.
But I know what
never
it is.
seen. Everyone on the planet has seen it, but she never saw it. Like, how does
I never
anyone think
seen
this
it, but I
is?
want to get on it.
Yeah, desperate to get
Oh.
on it, never saw it. Oh my gosh. Okay, go on.
Do you recall what the reality TV things were that you knew about at the time?
He did a lot of cameos and things like that. Like he helped Macaulay Culkin get away from the robbers. He definitely remembers seeing movies, commercials or whatever, something for wrestling, which I am from Louisiana. It's a big deal.
How old were you at the time?
27. I think
And
that's
did
a
you
lie.
know and did you know his approximate age, or could you tell his approximate age at the time?
The Emperor of Mankind is ageless. But in reality, I don't know his age. I know he's probably older than my father.
So how old was your father at the time?
So 60.
Did you see Mr. Trump again inside the gift room that you mentioned previously?
Yes.
And could you just describe that encounter in the gift room briefly?
Sure, like I mentioned, everybody came through. There were so many photos with the girls, all the celebrities that came through that day. He did remember us from the golf course. He talked to all of the girls. He remembered me, specifically that I was the smart one. He asked for a DVD. We did have a DVD. We had all our adult films there. He specifically asked for the one that I directed. At that time, it was the only one that was out that I had all three written, directed, and starred in. And that was the movie called 3 Wishes. So I made sure that he got that one. We talked very briefly. Then I saw him talking to his. It's his security, but I don't know what his security. It was security then at that time. I thought maybe it was his friend with a gun. I saw him talking to another gentleman that was with him. And then he said he came back and said that Mr. Trump would like to know if I would like to have dinner with him.
Before we get to that, you also took a picture with Mr. Trump inside the golf room.
Yes.
I'm sorry, inside the gift room.
The gift room, yes.
Did you take pictures with other celebrities or other folks that were coming through?
Yes, pretty much every celebrity that came through, we took a photo of.
Do you see Mr. Trump in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just point him out and indicate an article of clothing that he's wearing?
The navy blue jacket, second at the table.
Indicating the defendant, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a photo that you took with Mr. Trump. Is that right?
Correct.
Officer, I'm handing you a thumb drive, Ms. Daniels. I'm handing you a thumb drive that contains 4 photos.
This doesn't look like a thumb. What is this? Okay.
Marked as People's Exhibits 226, 227, 228A, and 229A for identification. Have you previously reviewed the photos that are contained on that thumb drive?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because that's my initials on the tag.
And the date as well?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask to please put up, just for the witness, the court, and the parties, People's Exhibit 226 for identification. It will be on your screen in a minute.
I have it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yeah.
What is depicted in the photo?
It's a photo of myself and Mr. Trump in the gift room.
Is it fair and accurate representation of what you and Mr. Trump looked like at the golf tournament inside of the gift room in July of 2006?
Now, this is a standard language that anyone who's a litigator is familiar with. And when you're introducing a piece of evidence, you always have to verify and authenticate it in part by having the person identify it and then ask them whether it fairly and accurately depicts what it's portraying to, what it's purporting to portray, in order to establish that it's not going to be that it's going to be more probative than prejudicial, because it's actually showing you something that's what it looked like on that day. So that's a standard language which all litigators are taught: fair and accurate representation. Go on, Stormy.
Of course, yes.
I offered in evidence, Your Honor, People's Exhibit 226.
No objection.
Well,
Oh,
like,
sorry, no objections from you.
226 accepted in
Sorry,
evidence.
that was Cathy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no objection.
226 is accepted into evidence.
Now, who took that photo of you that day, if you recall?
It was a photographer who was working for Wicked. His name was Hal.
And in that picture, what do you see Mr. Trump wearing, including a hat and his shirt?
He was wearing a yellow colored polo styled shirt with a golf logo and a red hat and a matching logo.
Can we now, so actually, in evidence, can we now show People's 227 in evidence?
Exhibited. It's displayed in open court.
I'm sorry, I haven't offered it yet.
Take it down, please.
Can you just show it to the witness and the parties and counsel and the judge, of course? My apologies.
All right, now you go back to you.
Is this one of the photos that you reviewed on the thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo of Mr. Trump at the golf course.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what Mr. Trump looked like to you the first time you met him on the golf course at the tournament in July of 2006?
Yes, it is.
I offer People's 227 in evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
227 is accepted into evidence.
Now you can display it. Thank you. Now, what is Mr. Trump wearing in this photo?
The same yellow shirt and red hat.
You can take that down. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that after you talked briefly with Mr. Trump in the gift room, that someone, his bodyguard, came over and spoke with you.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury again what his bodyguard told you?
Mr. Trump was interested in having me join him for dinner.
And what did you say at that time?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, but with an expletive in the front.
Do you know the bodyguard's first name?
It's Keith.
Did he introduce himself as Keith?
Yes, it's Keith, yes.
Did you know his last name at the time?
I did not. At the time, I did not know.
Do you know now what's his last name?
Yes, Schiller.
At the time he gave you his first name?
Yes.
Did Keith give you his cell phone number at the time?
Yes.
And how did he give you his cell phone number?
He actually took my number.
Did he ask you for your number?
He asked my number and I gave him my number. And then he messaged me and I saved it.
In other words, you saved his cell phone number in your phone.
Yes.
Did you create a contact in your phone for Keith in July of 2006 when he texted you that contact?
Yes.
Can we show just to the witness now, People's Exhibit 229A?
See, this is what I don't get. Like, if she's saying F no, why is she like giving her number? None of this makes sense.
Oh, this is whole logic, Joe.
Yeah, F no.
It's whole logic.
F no. Here's my number. Okay. All right. Go on.
She's like, I want hamburgers, and he's like, I don't have any.
Yeah, this is exactly how feminists act. No, yes, no.
Yeah.
Just Exhibit 229A for identification, just to the witness, the parties, and to the court. Is this also one of the photos that you reviewed on the thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo of my phone and the contact in it.
And is it a particular photo from your phone of the contact for Keith?
Yes, it is.
Now, do you notice that the phone number for Keith is redacted to only show the last 4 digits of his number?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to also review and compare it against the original contact in your phone with the full numbers?
Yes.
Aside from the redactions, is it exactly the same?
Oh, hold on. Crap, I lost my spot here. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure it's yes. I'm trying to catch up.
2583.
Yeah.
Page 2583.
Okay.
I now offer People's Exhibit 229A in evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Was that 228 or 229?
It was actually 229A. We are jumping a little. We will get back to 228. I apologize.
Okay, acceptance evidence.
Tell us what that contact shows.
It says it is saved under the name Keith Trump. that I put Trump because I didn't know his last name when I saved it. And then the phone number he texted me that I saved.
And in listing it in your phone as Keith Trump, you said you didn't know his last name. Why did you put the name Trump there?
I know a lot of people named Keith. And I wanted to make sure I knew which Keith it was. Because I didn't know his last name, at least I know who he works for. I do that a lot. I put the name, it's stupid, or I put where they're from.
Was it the fact that he worked for Mr. Trump that you put the last name Trump in your phone?
Correct.
Do you still have Keith's contact in your phone to this day?
Yes.
Now, after you left the golf tournament, did you speak with anyone else about the dinner invitation from Mr. Trump that Keith extended to you?
Yes.
Who did you discuss it with?
Immediately, then my publicist, his name was Mike. He was the first, and I think the only one that immediately I talked to about it.
What did you tell us a little bit about the conversation with Mike and what it led you to end up doing?
So I scheduled to have dinner, go to dinner with everyone for the company that I work for, and I really didn't want to go to that dinner. There was a couple of people that dinner, and I didn't want to be around, cat fight and stuff.
Right.
And so I said, well, I could go to this, not that I ever would. And then he said, wait, this is amazing. You totally should. What better excuse do you have to get out of this dinner that you're going to have dinner with Donald Trump? If nothing else, you will get a big story. It'll be good to get you out of this dinner. He said, I think you should go. It will make for a great story. He is a business guy. Like, what could possibly go wrong? Those are his words to me.
Did he persuade you that it would be good for your career?
Yes, he implied. He said at the very least, he could probably have some interesting advice. At best, maybe he'd get you a pilot with an agent or something like that.
Did you end up going to his hotel, Mr. Trump's hotel, to have dinner with him?
I did.
How did that come about?
Keith messaged me. I don't remember who messaged first. I messaged back and forth with Keith and set it up to arrange for me to go across town to where Mr. Trump was staying at. It was not the same hotel I was staying at. Yeah, he's going to be staying at a better one, sweetheart. And I met him for dinner.
Do you recall what hotel Mr. Trump was staying at?
I believe it was Harris. It was not the same one as me.
How did you get to the hotel? How did you travel to the hotel?
Originally, I was going to walk. I set out to do that and realized I had made a poor footwear decision. And that choice, and actually ended up meeting with a friend of mine about halfway, talking to her, and then I took a car the rest of the way.
Did you indicate to your friend that you were going to have dinner with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
Can you describe? Do you know approximately what time you arrived at Harris Hotel that night?
I was in the car, I believe at sunset.
Can you describe when you got to the hotel, arriving at the hotel, and going inside?
Yes. So I arrived and I went upstairs. Keith had given me very specific instructions to take a certain elevator up to the penthouse floor. It was the only way to get there, I guess. And so I did so. I went up to that level, and that is where I met Keith. He was waiting for me outside the door.
How did you get into Mr. Trump's hotel suite?
The door was actually open. It was cracked open, and his bodyguard Keith was standing right outside the double doors of his room. He said, "Hi, nice evening. You look nice." One or two sentences of pleasantries and said, "Go on in." The door was already open, so I walked in. He said, "Mr. Trump is there waiting for you."
You have to slow down a little bit for the court reporter. What were your expectations in going to meet him that night at the hotel room?
I really didn't have any expectations other than Keith had said, just come up here, meet up here, and then you guys could go downstairs together to one of the hotel had lots of really nice restaurants.
Sorry.
So we would just go down and have dinner. That was my only expectation. Were you playing the music in the background, Joe?
Yes.
Keep it going. Keep it going. That I would have dinner. That I would have dinner with that I didn't want to have with someone else.
Can you describe the first room that you saw when you entered the hotel suite?
Inside the room?
Yes, the first room you entered when you entered the penthouse.
It wasn't really a room. It was like a foyer.
What did it look like?
It was like a little area, round shape, black and white tiled floors in the center, a big, beautiful wooden table. It looked very heavy, like mahogany or something. Super fancy, with a big flower arrangement and a light above it. It was very, very nice.
Did you mention anything about the floor?
The black and white tile.
Did you mention that? I might have missed it. I apologize. Now, describe, if you would, where you first encountered Mr. Trump inside the hotel suite.
It was right there inside of the doorway by the table with the flowers, and I called his name. I said hello. Apparently, hello is his name. And he came from one of the main areas of the hotel suite.
What? Did you notice what he was wearing at the time when he came to greet you?
Yes, he was wearing silk or satin pajamas, like two-piece pajamas, that I immediately made fun of him for and said, "Does Mr. Hefner know you stole his pajamas?"
Who were you referring to when you said Mr. Hefner?
Hugh Hefner, the owner of Playboy magazine.
Was that someone known for wearing pajamas out in public?
It was sort of his signature uniform. He wore satin pajamas all the time.
What did Mr. Trump do when you said that?
I told him to go change, and he obliged very politely.
Did he come back at some point in a different outfit?
Yes,
What was he wearing?
just a dress shirt and dress pants.
And what were you doing when he went to go change?
Just kind of walking around, looking around the suite. It was actually very quick how fast he changed. It was a very big suite. It was huge. You know, when you say hotel room, people often think of a hotel room that we are used to. And when you walk in there is a bed, a dresser. And that's a combination that people have in their head when you think you say hotel room. This hotel room was 3 times the size of my apartment.
What sort of rooms did you see in the hotel room?
You walked in and
My apologies. What did you see in the suite?
sweet. You walked in this foyer that had a gigantic flower arrangement. And as I said, then you go into a living room area that was also bigger than the living room in my first 3 houses. And it was carpet. She's impressed by carpet, folks. Was it Stainmaster?
The finer things.
And like I said, a full-size couch and a chair and a talkie box known as a TV. And over to the left, like a bar thing, I guess. And then like another little room that had a table and chairs. It was almost a full-size dining room table with a full-size. Some people call it a buffet. Some people call it a credenza, depending on where y'all are from.
Oh no.
I'd really
was
like
all-
to know,
it
did
was-
you pronounce it foyer or foyer? I would really
I'm
like
sure it
someone.
was foyer.
Oh,
I'm sure it was foyer. I
Oh, I
wasn't there.
thought
I'm
she'll
sure it
say
was
foyer. I'll give her foyer, but I'm not going to let her say buffet, right? It's all heavy, beautiful furniture. There was another room over that way. I didn't go into that room. It was a very big, beautiful room. It was nicer than any of my friends' apartments.
When Mr. Trump came back in the suite, you said, or in the suit rather, you said he went to put on a dress shirt. Where did the two of you go at that point?
To the table, I guess the dining room table. The table with the chairs where you would have the dinner.
Did you both sit down at at that dining room table?
Yes.
Where was he sitting and where were you sitting?
He was sitting across from me with his back against the wall, and the buffet credenza, or the credena, or how I don't know how she would say it because she's a Cretan, was behind him. And I was sitting directly across from him in the main area, the living room bar area behind me.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Trump say about talking a while before dinner?
It was a bit early. I do remember it wasn't even dark outside yet. It was still some light coming through the windows. And he said, you know, it was a bit early. Would you mind just like talking for a bit and get to know each other? And then we can go down or we could stay up or whatever. I said, yes, absolutely. So I took a seat and we started talking.
So what were some of the things that you discussed with him? First, I'm going to ask you, did you talk to him about how you grew up?
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to know you. It's pleasantries. Where you're from, what's your family like, just all of the entry conversation kind of stuff. I told him where I was from. I told him, you know, where I grew up. He asked me about my family, all those things, where I went to school. Did I go to college? Where did I live at that time? Do I have any children? I did not. Was I married? I wasn't then. Did I have a boyfriend? No, I didn't at that time. Just things that, like I do, generally get to know you sort of things. And then I don't remember the exact order of everything we discussed. I just remember the conversations.
Let me just ask a
How
follow-up
would you know the
question.
order if you remember the conversations? How would you not know the order then? Just
Let me just ask a follow-up question. Did you talk to him at all about the conditions of your childhood?
yes, absolutely.
That it was a difficult time growing up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
The answer is stricken.
I'm moving on to another question. Did he also talk about your work?
The reason that was
work?
objected to, by the way, is because it's got no relevance at all. It's just to make her sound more sympathetic. So that's why the objection was sustained.
He was old like my daddy. I have daddy issues, Mr. Judge American. Can we talk about that now?
I'm moving on to another question. Did he also ask about your work?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
He asked how I got involved in the adult entertainment business. I told him that story. I was started dancing and posing for magazines. He was very interested in how I would seg from being a porn star to writing and directing.
Segue.
Do you think she knows that, Joe?
She definitely said segue. That's the court reporter took it down.
Oh, yeah.
Fine.
All right. Go on. Sorry.
I did have to. You know what? Fair enough. If it is written there, that's what she said. Correct.
Yeah, that's what she said.
You're technically correct, Joe.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have been able to spell it, but that's what you said.
Yeah, she would have.
Yes.
She would have spelled it SEGWAY.
Yes, is that how I? The thing I ride.
Yes.
I did have to immediately that misconception that many have that yes, some adult films have real scripts and are real movies, not just I'm sorry, Mr. Pizza Boy, which is very offensive to me. So I did explain to him like different types of adult films. Some are scripted, some budgets are $5,000, some budgets are $250. I explained that there is such a budget range and how I got involved in it. He was very interested in a lot of the business aspects of it, which I thought was very cool. He asked questions like, are there any unions? Do I get residuals? How are the people paid? Do you get health insurance? What about testing? Are you worried about STDs? Do they have a doctor on staff? Most of the time I'm trying to be very careful and not say bad words. Most of the people want to talk to me about my work. They want to know the sexy stuff or the dirty stuff. What's your favorite position? They want to know the salacious things. These were more very thought out business questions. I can't tell you if I ever remember someone asking me, do we have a union and how we get paid and how the testing works in the industry. We are worried about getting pregnant or catching something. So it was a lot of that conversation, which I think it's funny that Trump is hanging out with a porn star. And he just starts talking about business.
It's all. He's thinking about getting into the industry. He's
but
let's
it's almost
see.
like it's
so what's
like
your
Trump's got
overhead
some
here?
level
So
of,
it's $5,000 as far as just a budget, and now you got a. You can tell he's like his mind is working. Do I have to have a doctor on staff?
Yeah.
there?
It's almost kind of like
They
he's a
want to
little bit-
portray this. By the way, they want to portray as if he's asking her because he wants to bed her and is curious to ensure that she's safe. That's how the prosecution is going to try and frame this. It's very obvious that he's sitting here thinking that maybe he wants to become some porn mogul. Like he's like, yeah, you know,
Well,
you have news.
I think Trump is so obsessed with business that's what he gets like talking about it.
Yeah, could be.
And it's almost kind of like he's a little bit a little like he's just all interested in the business. Is like there's this woman here and it's like she's a porn star. He's just like, so what's it like when you do your job? And not like actually worrying about like she's a porn star.
Right.
Don't
right.
Just secondary
actually,
thought.
it actually kind of rings like to reality. I would believe that if I was talking to Trump, he would ask me those kinds of questions about business, not, so.
Yes.
All right.
Did he ask about whether you had ever been tested?
Yes, of course. I volunteered it as well. Hi, I'm Stormy Daniels. I'm clean. Nice to meet you. Every time you will be tested every 30 days. Today it's every 14 days. You cannot work unless you've had a test. And yes, have you ever had a bad test? A bad test is something positive for something. And I said, nope. I said, I can show you my entire record. She cares.
Yeah.
Carries around like a 4-H animal, the shot records. Anybody in the industry can see anybody's testing. You sort of waive that privilege. But yes, I have every test I've ever done for the last X amount of years. At the time it was a month, now it's twice a month. I've never had a bad test. I've never tested positive for anything.
Did you talk to him at all about protection, safety?
Yes, a little bit. And I think that's kind of how we segued into the safety conversation. He said, "Aren't you worried about safety?" And I was quick to point out that my time in the industry, I chose to work for Wicked Pictures because they are the only condom mandatory company.
What does that mean?
It means even when I was working, even if a married couple was working together, even if you were going to work with your spouse for a husband and wife, you live together. When you perform on camera for Wicked Pictures, you have to use a condom. They're the only condom mandatory company in the adult business.
Is that one of the reasons that you work there?
Yes, even when I worked with my husband, I had to use a condom, even though I'm allergic to latex, that type of thing. So we were
Objection, objection, objection. Ridiculous. Sorry, it's not in there.
It should have been. It should have been. Yeah.
Yeah, although it sounds like the way Judge Burkhan was treating the defense, it sounds like he was screaming like a lunatic at him when he was like, "I said you're done, sit down," multiple times. So we were talking about that stuff and the like. So I was like, adult performers are kind of like, I said like WWE, like wrestling, because I really wanted to talk to him about making.
What did he tell you about that?
He said that he was friends with the owner of the company. I don't know if it was Vince McMahon. You know it's Vince McMahon. Vincent Kennedy McMahon. And I had seen the thing on there about he does stunts like a guest spot. Not really wrestling on WWE.
Miss Daniels, if you can just slow down a little bit so the core reporter can get down what you're saying.
Did he tell you anything about the scripts with respect to his being in the wrestling with Vince McMahon?
God, sucks. Because I've done all the Vince McMahon lawsuit stuff, so I'm really trying not to talk like Vince McMahon now. Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yes. No, Joe. More.
More.
Yes.
Dude, we're on page 91 out of 331.
We get their chat. The little scenario plot that he was part of at the time was sort of, I don't remember if it was a bet or whatever, but the point was that if he lost, he had to shave his head, or Vince McMahon got to shave his head. And Donald Trump has always been famous for his do. And so I said, well, what are you going to do if you lose? You do not have the head designed to be without hair. Some of us look good bald. Some of us don't. I don't think you are that man. And he said, oh, no. I agree with you. All that stuff is predetermined. And, I remember you used the word setup, but it's predetermined in the script that we know the outcome in advance. It was the Battle of the Billionaires, by the way.
Let me ask you, at some point, was there a very brief discussion about his wife, Melania?
Yes, very brief.
Did this occur in the context of you viewing a picture that included his wife?
Yes, he showed me a few pictures of his wife, and he said, oh, what about your wife?
What did he say?
I actually said she's very beautiful. What about your wife? He said, oh, don't worry about that. We don't even sleep in the same room.
Did there come a time during the discussion?
Objection.
Right?
Did there come a time during the discussion with him that he discussed being on the cover of some of his magazines?
Of course.
Tell us about that.
He would ask me questions and not let me finish the answer. He kept cutting me off, almost like he wanted to one-up me. It can't really be that hard, which was just really hilarious when you think about it. He just wanted to talk about himself. And he said, have you seen my new magazines? Well, of course you couldn't have seen it. You can't read. Here, I have a copy. So he pulled out a magazine. I don't know if it was released yet.
He's one-upping me with his reading skills.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Or just released that he was on the cover of. It's not like I had made a habit of reading financial magazines. I was just a 27-year-old stripper. Okay. Thank you, Stormy. I didn't need you to include that. I could have made that judgment myself. But yeah.
And what happened with respect to that discussion about magazines?
Stormy's like, I've been in magazines too. At this point, I pretty much had enough of his arrogance and cutting me off. It's still not getting my dinner. So I decided someone should take him on. So I said, are you always this rude, arrogant, and pompous? You don't even know how to have a conversation. And I was pretty nasty. I snapped.
Like a
and he seemed to be taken aback. And he said, someone should spank you with that. Just like my daddy spanked me. That's the only interest I have in that magazine. Otherwise, I am leaving.
What happened?
I don't think he thought I would do it. So he rolled it up and gave me the look that he dared me to do it. So now I kind of had to.
So what did you do?
So I took it from him and said, turn around. And I swatted him
Where did you swat him?
right on the butt.
Yeah, I'd be objecting up and down.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Right after that, did you continue to sit down and talk?
Yes, and he was much more polite.
Did you have a discussion with him about The Apprentice?
Yes, I think, like I said, we talked about numerous things. We talked about the golf course of Scotland, which to me is very interesting about the environment that was there. We talked about travel. Like I said, there was nothing weird about the conversation except that it wasn't weird. It was like business questions throughout the questions and then throughout answers. Thought out answers.
thought out, yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Read too fast. And how'd you come up with the ideas for my scripts and things like that? Because at that point, he got really quiet. And he was thinking. And he told me he had an idea that should go on his television show.
Which show?
The Apprentice.
Was it The Apprentice?
I don't remember the TV show.
Now,
The
I
Apprentice-
just want to point this out. When I read through Classfeld
Yeah.
and Inner City Press, never once did
Yeah.
they mention that he threw out The Apprentice first.
Yeah.
That to me rings possibly true. One of the things I was saying about why I didn't give her
Mhm.
much credibility based on how it was reported was
Mhm.
that, you know, she plays it like as if he was trying to use his body to lure her in. And I was
Mhm.
like, that doesn't ring as being realistic. What makes a lot more sense to me is if he would have used what works for a guy in his mid-60s who's got lots of money, which is his money and his TV show. That's what I would. If he told me
But
he
he
used
knows
that,
what she wants.
right? If he told me to use that, then I buy it. When she starts going in later about how he's
Mhm.
posing on a bed, which we're going to get to that soon, I think. That to me, I'm like, yeah, it's not like he's gonna sit here thinking, oh yeah, my 60-year-old body is gonna. This was a woman who's like sleeping with, you know, dudes in the, you know, teens and dudes in their 20s and 30s. She's not gonna be
Yes.
all riled up by some dude posing on a bed
Yeah,
in his
that's not
boxers.
that's not the dangling carrot that she wants.
No.
Precisely.
I don't remember the TV show The Apprentice. I assume it's Celebrity Apprentice. I don't know, The Apprentice. And I said there is no way there's no way NBC would ever let an adult actress on television. And I said, you don't even have that much power. And he said he did. He said you reminded my daughter because she is smart, blonde, and beautiful, and people underestimate her as well. And the way he framed it, it did actually make perfect sense because he's all about like PR things, the spin. And he was like, that will really shake things up. And you know, you can go on the show and prove you're not just a dumb bimbo. That didn't pan out in hindsight. We need Morgan Freeman here. And that did not turn out the way she thought. You are more than people think, and you would get a lot of attention for having this crazy idea.
Did he say anything else about The Apprentice and what might happen if you went on?
Right. And so scroll back, Joe. Sorry.
Sorry.
And so I was, first of all, there's no way that's going to happen. I knew enough about his ego to know even you don't have that much power. Thinking that would also make him want to do it. I was like, people underestimate women, especially people in the adult industry, when they see blonde hair and big boobs, that I am a good writer and director. And he said, this is your chance to have somebody see that part of you. Like other parts.
Ooh.
And I was like, well, but I'm not a business person. I don't have that kind of education. Like, there's no way I could win. What if, you know, he said, what if you don't have to win? You just have to show who you are. He said, what if I lose on the first episode? That also makes me look bad. People will take that and run with it. You were just an idiot like we all thought you were.
She actually said that?
Well, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, this corporate is taking all this down. So,
Oh my gosh.
so there you go.
Well, I mean, we would have thought if she lost on the first episode, but hey, you just put that on pause for like 14 years, and we're thinking it now. And then he said, what if I tell you what the challenges are?
What did you understand that to mean?
He said, you know, we could think of like on the wrestling thing, if you know what they are, obviously I can't, you have to win, but I am in control. I know what's going to happen. I can give you some advantages to make you at least make a good showing. I said, all right, we'll see if I can make that happen.
Did he suggest that if you did get on The Apprentice, what might happen with other aspects of your career?
Just that people might be able to take me serious and know that I wasn't just an airhead. That I could finally, he knew, and we talked essentially about that I really wanted to do. And it's about to be taken serious as a writer and director. At the time, I hadn't done any mainstream writing and directing, and that's still what I wanted to do. I wanted to write and direct film and music videos, things like that. Nothing against the adult entertainment industry. I have no shame.
That's for sure.
That's who I am. But I also want to direct bigger things. They have bigger budgets and better catering. They're eating large sausage pizzas all the time.
John?
And he was like, "This is your chance for something." Well, no, it's all that the pizza man shows up. He's like,
Right.
"Got a large sausage pizza." I don't know how to pay for that. And he was like, "This is your chance for somebody to see you and maybe give you that kind of opportunity." So we pushed it as a win-win.
Did he ask you about any of the other people that you work with at Wicked Pictures?
Of course, he asked me multiple times in the conversation, like, "Who are you?" You know, it's everybody in the industry, friends. Do you all hate each other? Do you all love each other? Do you hook up off camera? I don't want to use the word hook up. Do you sleep with each other off camera? Do you have any friends here? Well, the girls from Wicked were there. And he said, "What about your friends here from Wicked?" Of course, I shut that down immediately because the whole reason why I was having dinner is because I don't want to have dinner with one of those bitches.
Did you call another colleague of yours during this conversation from Wicked?
No, I didn't.
Not from Wicked. I apologize. Did you call another friend of yours?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, I bumped into a friend of mine that was in town. She was actually one of my neighbors as well. I had no idea she was in Lake Tahoe. She was not there for the golf tournament. I literally walked into her while I was walking down the street with another girl from the industry getting a tattoo at a tattoo parlor. And as I was walking, she called my name. Her name is Alana. And she's the one who I bumped into on my way over there, and the one who I told I was on my way to see him. And I know she didn't believe me. She was like, "Do you know anybody else?" And I said I had two reasons for calling Alana. One, because I'm telling the truth. I am with Donald Trump. And two, he asked me to call one of my friends that I didn't want to call my colleague from Wicked.
Did you end up calling your friend Alana from the hotel room?
Yes.
Did you put her on speaker?
Yeah.
What, if any, conversation did you and Mr. Trump have with Alana on speaker?
He said hello, which
Oh.
meant that I won that bet. I know she didn't believe me, and they talked. And she said, "What are you guys doing?" And he said, "We're just hanging out. Why don't you come over and hang out with us?" Fucking Chad move right there. And I can't remember what kind of excuse she made. She said, "Yeah, I will call you back in a little bit," or whatever. She didn't. Time just kept going by. I called her and nothing. We didn't get a good. I called her a few more times and it went to voicemail.
When you called her and had her on speakerphone, did Mr. Trump ask her to come over and join you as well?
Yes.
Approximately how long in total were you talking in the suite with Mr. Trump sitting, as you said, in the dining room type area?
Well, close to 2 hours. It was a long time.
Now, at that point, meaning after all of the discussion that you just described, did you sense any red flags or reason that you were concerned about being there?
No.
At some point, did you need to use the restroom?
Yes.
And did you tell?
Is this a good time to take a break?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Let's take a morning recess. Please remember all of my instructions as you step out. All rise. Whereupon the
Your
judge
Honor,
is
I wasn't a
excused.
fan of recess as a child. I don't want to go outside.
Please be seated. You can step down. Please approach. Discussion held sidebar off the record. I understand that your client is upset at this point, but he's cursing audibly and he's shaking his head visually, and that's contemptuous. It has the potential to intimidate the witness, and the jury can see that.
I will speak to him.
So I'm speaking to you here at the bench because I don't want to embarrass him.
I will talk to him.
You need to speak to him. I won't tolerate that.
I will talk to him.
One time I noticed when Miss Daniels was testifying about rolling up the magazine, presumably smacking your client, and after that point, he shook his head and he looked down. And later, I think he was looking at you, Mr. Blanche. Later, when we were talking about The Apprentice, at that point, he again uttered a vulgarity and looked at you this time. Please talk to him at the break.
Yes, I will.
And there we go. We get on a break. Okay.
Yeah.
And then so any questions? You guys need a break? You need some water? You need some, I know court reporters have to take things down. It gets exhausting. You guys all good?
I'm good.
You all good?
Let's go.
All right. Case on trial continued. Just two things, Mr. Blanche. Did you speak to your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hoffinger, I think the degree of detail that we're going to get into is just unnecessary. We don't need to know the details of the conversations, what the suite looked like, or anything like that. When she comes back to the stand, you can move along more quickly.
Okay.
Let's get the witness. Welcome back, Miss Daniels. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that's you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, as jury entering, please be seated. All jurors are present and properly seated. Miss Hoffinger.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we broke, Ms. Daniels, we were talking about the discussions you had in the hotel suite. Did there come a time that you needed to use the restroom?
Yes.
Can you tell us just about that?
I had been there for quite a while. I drank a couple bottles of water, which is all we were drinking. It was water. And I need to use the ladies' room. I need to powder my nose. So I asked if that was possible. So I was instructed to go through the living room to the bedroom and help myself to the facilities.
When you say you were directed, who directed you?
Mr. Trump.
Can you describe? You said you went through a bedroom to get to the bathroom?
Yes, I went out of the dining room area, through the living room, through a bedroom, and what I assume is the master bedroom. It was a very large, beautiful bedroom.
What
Bathroom.
did you
Bathroom.
What did
Go on.
you
Bathroom,
see
sorry.
inside the bathroom?
Well, I walked through the bedroom. I did notice the bed was unmade, and there were no personal items around, and I entered the bathroom. I went to a separate area where the toilet actually was and used the bathroom. Came out and was washing my hands and touching up my lipstick. I did notice someone obviously had been using the restroom. There were towels and stuff that was open. There was a leather looking toiletry bag on the counter with products and stuff in it, which you know.
What do you remember about what was inside?
I did look. I'm not proud of it. I wonder what is in here. And I noticed the toiletry. The items were Old Spice and Pert Plus.
I don't know
I
why
thought
they're
it
even
was-
having this conversation at this point.
I
Like,
thought
who
it was both
cares what's in the
amusing and
stupid
odd.
bag? Do you understand why they're even going into this whole thing about her time in the bathroom? This is the weirdest thing.
It's because stuff like this probably Trump seems like a very private guy in that regard. Just even knowing what kind of soap he uses probably
Mm.
pisses people like him off that
Yeah.
Stormy is rooting through his shit. I think that's ultimately why.
This is weird. Go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And a manicure set, which was gold tweezers and all gold things. I finished up washing my hands and touched up my makeup. Then I walked out of the bathroom.
Did you try to call anybody while you were inside the bathroom? Alina was not answering her phone. In fact,
Elena
it
was
got
not.
jumbled.
Yeah, Elena wasn't answering her phone. In fact, I wish I had a cell phone camera. Even if I did, I definitely would have taken a picture of that. Even I thought, whoa. That's not the right whoa, but okay. The tree of woe. This is crazy.
Did you try to call her while you were inside the bathroom?
I believe so. Her phone was going straight to voicemail. At this point, she wanted no part of whatever I had going on.
What happened when you left the bathroom?
When I came out of the bathroom, I expected to exit, go around the bed, and back out to where he'd been sitting and hopefully say, okay, time to go. I've been here for a long time. That was actually when I realized how long I had been there. And when I opened the door to come out, Mr. Trump had come out. I was on the bed, basically between myself and the exit.
Oh, what was he wearing at the time?
His boxer shorts and a t-shirt.
What was your reaction to seeing him like that?
First, I was just startled like a jump scare. I wasn't expecting someone to be there, especially minus a lot of clothing. It's a bedroom, honey. And that's when I had the moment where I felt the room spin in slow motion. I felt the blood basically leave my hands and my feet, and almost like if you stand up too fast. But it's actually the reverse because it all goes to your hands and feet. Thank God she's not a vet. She would have your dog's got cancer. We have to kill it. I came in to get his nails trimmed. Everything spin. That happened too. And then I just thought, oh my God. What did I misread to get here? Because the intention was pretty clear. Somebody stripped down in their underwear was posing on the bed, waiting for you.
Like George Costanza.
There's no way. There's no way this happened.
Yeah.
There is no chance that this happened.
I agree.
Zero. Less than zero. But this is exactly what the left imagines is probably what happened. So it plays into that. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, go on.
What happened when you came out of the bathroom? Did he stay on the bed?
When I exited, he was just up on the bed like this.
What happened after that?
I went to step around. I laughed nervously, and tried to make a joke out of it, step around and leave, even though I was moving like I was in a fun house, like slow motion. I thought to myself, great. See, she was happy to be there. I put myself in this bad situation. Like, what did I do? How did I misread everything? He stood up between me and the door, not in a threatening manner. He didn't come at me. He didn't rush at me. He didn't put his hands on me and nothing like that. I said, I gotta go. He said, I thought we were getting somewhere. We were talking, and I thought you were serious about what you wanted. You wanted to get out of that trailer park. Basically, I was offended because I never lived in a trailer park.
Sustained. Move along.
I am sorry, Judge. I don't understand.
The objection is sustained. I guess he was standing to object, and you were both standing at. It's going.
You were both standing up at this time?
Yes.
And what happened next, briefly?
I just think I blacked out. I was not drugged. I never insinuated that I was on drugs. I was not drunk. I never said anything of that sort. I just don't remember.
I object.
Overruled.
Did you at some point...
Which, at that point, I don't know why he's allowing that.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
Yeah, so it's like, you didn't object enough. Well, we object to stuff and you blow them off. It's like, yeah, sorry.
So please approach. Sidebar, tell me what your objection is.
She's making it sound like she was drugged.
She said she wasn't drugged.
She said she was dizzy. She blacked out.
I got the impression she was saying she wasn't drugged. She's not suggesting she was drugged. I sustained your objection. If you want, I got the impression. Do you want to consult with the other lawyers?
I can clarify if you would like.
I think it should be clarified. She's not saying she was drugged. Wait,
Sure.
She's not saying she was not.
Sure, I can do that.
The objection
They should have
sustained.
just stricken that and moved on. That would have been a far cleaner move.
Yeah.
But that doesn't help his daughter raise money for the DNC.
I want to clarify and ask you to slow down so the reporter can understand you. Were you saying you were not drugged in any way? Is that correct?
Correct.
You had not had any alcohol in any way.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you were trying to convey.
Yes.
So he was standing up and you were standing up. What were your relative heights?
I am 5'6" or 5'7". I don't know how tall he was. Definitely several inches taller. Much larger.
But you said you didn't feel threatened. Is that right?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you feel threatened by him?
No, not physic. I don't know why you'd object, because that's like, I didn't feel threatened. It's like, oh, but no, not physically. Although I did note there was a bodyguard right outside the door. There was an imbalance of power for sure. He was bigger and blocking the way, but I mean, I was not threatened verbally or physically.
Can you briefly describe, at some point, did you end up on the bed having sex?
Yes.
Can you very briefly describe where you had sex with him?
The next thing I know, I was on the bed, somehow on the opposite side of the bed from where he'd been standing. My
Teleportation.
clothes and shoes off. I believe my bra. However, they were still on.
Objection.
We were in the missionary position.
Objection.
Sustained.
Without describing the position, do you remember how your clothes got off?
No.
Is that a memory that has just not come back to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't at this point remember, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you end up having sex with him on the bed?
Yes.
And do you know, with John, do you have a recollection of feeling something unusual that you have a memory of?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything, do you remember about anything other than the fact that you had sex on the bed?
I was staring at the ceiling. I didn't know how I got there. I'm sure you had that thought in your head multiple times, staring at the ceiling. I made a note, like I was trying to think about anything other than what was happening there.
Objection.
Sustained.
I move to strike.
The answer is stricken.
Did you touch his skin?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
Was he wearing a condom?
No.
Was that concerning to you?
Why are they
Yes.
objecting?
I don't know.
Did you say anything about it?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't say anything at all because my mouth was full. I didn't say anything at all. I was working my Fozzie Bear impression. Waka, waka, waka.
Do you recall how it ended, the sex?
Yes.
Was it brief?
Yes.
Do you remember at some point getting dressed?
I'm here to fix your cable. Yes.
And tell us what you recall about getting dressed.
Sitting on the end of the bed, noticing it was completely dark outside, and that it was really hard to get my shoes on. My hands were shaking so hard. Sounds like he gave it to you if you're shaking. I had on tiny little, they were strappy gold heels with tiny buckles. My hands were shaking so hard. I was having a hard time getting dressed, and he said, "Oh, great. Let's get together again, honey bunch." We were great together. I just wanted to leave.
Did you say no at any time during sex with him?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't say anything at all.
Did you notice afterwards a DVD on the side table?
Yes, the DVD I gave him earlier in the gift bag from the show was on the nightstand that I signed.
When you were leaving and you went to leave, what, if anything, did you do or say?
He said, "We have to get together again soon." He went to kiss me, guy. I just left as fast as I could. That was it.
Did he say anything to you about talking again?
He said, "Yes, we should get together again. We were fantastic together. I want to get you on the show." And that was it. He didn't give me anything. He didn't offer to pay me or anything, or a cell phone number or anything like that.
Why does
Did
she
he-
want his cell phone number? I'm
Yeah.
so confused.
Did
I
he
don't
ask you
get
to
this.
keep your
Yeah.
encounter with him confidential?
No,
Did he express any concern at that point about his wife finding out?
no,
Did you end up having dinner in his room that night?
no,
You said it was dark out when you left?
yes.
And do you recall how you got back to your hotel?
It was a cab. And I didn't have any money for that, so I had to pay for that too. Waka
Waka
waka.
waka. After that night, did you tell anybody else about what happened?
Yes.
Just give us a sense of the people that you told and what you told them.
Struggle, that's great. I told
That's it. That's exactly.
That's exactly what we're seeing here. It's true.
Yeah.
It's a great synopsis.
Yes. I told very few people that we actually had sex because I felt ashamed. I did not stop it. And then I didn't say no. A lot of people would just, well, yeah, because technically she wasn't wearing a condom and she was probably there on company time. So, yeah, was that an outside union gig? Does that count? I wonder for the porn union. They frown on doing outside work. They would make jokes out of it. A lot of people would just assume they would make jokes out of it. I didn't think it was funny. I do.
Hilarious.
I didn't want to hear about it or assume that I was a paid prostitute, which I wasn't. Citation needed. So I told very few people. I also didn't want to get back on anybody that I was dating.
Objection.
Sustained.
There are some details that you said you still don't remember.
Yes.
Did there come a time some years after the encounter with Mr. Trump that you remembered some additional details about what happened that you hadn't remembered earlier?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Objection.
Overruled.
So most of everything I had said consistently every interview in the book, which I don't know why they didn't stop her right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Again, but yeah. Sorry.
Just to direct you, were there certain things that you always remembered
Yes.
about what happened in the room?
Yes.
You always remembered that you had sex with him, for example.
Yes.
Objection.
Please approach. Your objection is to leading?
The objection is to leading, but I'm also objecting to the witness just going off on tangents.
Ms. Hoppinger is doing some leading. I'll sustain your objection as to leading, but I think that is what Ms. Hoppinger is trying to do. She's trying to direct her. I think that might be the safer course.
Your Honor, I understand that. The problem is that she's also leading her through a set of things. What do you remember? And obviously the problem with leading is suggesting answers sometimes. So, wait, is this still me? So
Yeah.
I understand that. Maybe if Your Honor could direct the witness to just answer the question.
I think that she has answered my questions. I think asking her to answer my questions is not necessarily probative. But I would say I have been leading her to try to be cognizant of the judge's decision. I have had a chance to talk to her about it. I was trying to lead her. Second, Miss Netchel, how do you pronounce that one?
Neshalis.
Neshalis has made very clear her story has changed and is going to. So I need to elicit that there were certain things she always remembered, but she did have an experience in 2019 when she saw the movie Bombshell that caused her to remember some additional details. That is what I'm trying to bring out.
What was the bombshell?
It was a movie about Roger Ailes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is how she remembered
Boxing
what he
guy.
said. Ah, okay. That's how she remembered what he said to her when she came out of the bathroom, which was about the trailer park.
She did mention trailer park, and that's why I objected. That's not necessary.
Sure, we need some finality in this case.
Okay, I will try to direct her a little bit around that. I don't need to ask the last question, which was, were there things you always remember, which I can go straight to the Bombshell movie, what happened, how she remembers additional details.
It goes to the thing that she said about the trailer parks. I have to cross-examine her. But we believe that now introduced, and what the prosecution's going to do to introduce even more this whole theory of inappropriate power being used, and when she said it was undue influence being used, an imbalance of power.
I think we need to stay the course. Avoid anything that's going to get us in trouble. I'll let you ask the question again. If she doesn't answer directly, I'll ask her to answer the question.
There's a lot that's already got things in trouble, Judge.
So, like what?
Oh, I think going through the whole, were we using condoms, the whole set, like most of this discussion is stuff that
Very detailed about the sex.
most of this is not relevant.
Yeah, who cares?
Like,
Who cares?
that's what I mean.
They could have just said that they had
We've been talking for 50 pages, and that's probably what has strayed them into trouble.
Yeah.
None of this has been necessary.
All right.
The bombshell stuff?
Not coming in.
You want me to not ask the question?
Don't ask it.
Can I on redirect if they question on cross?
Yes. We're back to you. Continue direct examination by Ms. Hoffman.
Ms. Daniels, did you see Mr. Trump again in Tahoe the next day?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
The next day I met him, this time at my hotel, at a nightclub, restaurant, bar downstairs.
What was going on in your hotel that night?
It was all part of the same event, the charity event. They did a silent auction. They had cocktails. However, whatever. I met him on one of the nightclubs there.
So that was part of your participating in the things that Wicked was doing for this golf tournament?
Yes.
You met him there. Where was it? Did you say it was in the lobby?
The nightclub, a bar, like in the lobby hotel. It was a nightclub.
Did anyone call you before going there to indicate that Mr. Trump was going to be there?
Yes. Keith said he wanted to talk to me again. Would I be willing to meet him? This time as in public. I said yes. And when I arrived, he was sitting at a booth in a nightclub. It was dark. There was loud music, drinking. He wasn't drinking, but it was a bar. He was with his friend and bodyguard.
When you say his friend, do you know who his friend was?
Ben Roethlisberger from the Steelers, because he's got a bunch of rape allegations too.
Seriously,
nice.
he does.
He does.
He really has all these allegations about him. Spoken like a Browns fan right there. Go on.
Well, no, I'm bringing it up because I'm surprised they haven't woven that issue. But if people know who he is, yeah, he's got a bunch of them.
He has a storied history. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
All right.
Did Mr. Trump say hello to you and introduce you?
Yes.
What did he say?
He introduced me as his little friend Stormy to Big Ben, the football player, and we sat down. I remember clearly because I talked to Ben into letting me try on his Super Bowl ring, and 2 of my fingers fit into it.
Oh, come on. When you say Big Ben, is that how Mr. Trump referred to Mr. Roethlisberger?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you discuss at the table with Mr. Trump or Mr. Roethlisberger?
It was really loud, and I mean, it was very, very brief. They were talking. I think they had been having a conversation when I arrived. They continued it out of earshot. They were whispering to each other. And then he said, he did come back to me. Hey, everything about our idea. I think it's good. I got to get back home and figure out how to get you on the show. He took a call. He was very busy. He left and he said, I'm going to have Ben walk you back to your room. And Ben, would you mind seeing her up? It was very, very short. Maybe 10 minutes that I was there.
And Ben walked you up to your room?
Yes.
Did you leave Lake Tahoe the next day?
I believe it was the next day, yes.
And do you recall the first person you did tell about having that sexual encounter with Mr. Trump?
I think Keith, not the same Keith, my friend Keith. I rented his house. He was one of my best friends. He was like my dad. And my makeup artist, Christine.
Did you tell either of them all the details of what occurred in the room, or just some of them?
Most of them.
And were there others that you told about some of it?
Sure.
Did you tell those folks? Did you tell them all of what happened?
There were several people that I told. I told lots and lots of people. I told them I had gone to his room and that I had met him. It wasn't a secret at all. I told scores of people that. The sex part, I told very few close people, like Keith, who was photographer, best friend, family, and my makeup artist, who was my very best friend and confidant. Her name is Christine. And my assistant at the time, my assistant, her name was Yali.
YOLO. Did Mr. Trump call you after that encounter in July of 2006 in Tahoe?
Yes.
Tell us about that. How often would he would call you?
He would call on average about once a week, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes not at all for 3 weeks. He would always call. That the math don't math there, Stormy. I was working a lot at the time. I was shooting a lot. I was directing photos for magazines or whatever. I always put him on speakerphone. We thought it was funny. I put him on speakerphone and dozens of people heard me on the phone with him. It was not a secret. My entire cast and crew, especially my cameraman and makeup artist. He definitely always loaded the call with an update or a non-update. If he didn't have one for The Apprentice, and always talked about when we could get together again. Did I miss him? He'd always call me Honey Bunch. And when I was going to be in New York, did I need anything? He was working on The Apprentice thing. He would say I didn't have a chance to talk to him.
When you put him on speakerphone, did you tell him he was on speaker?
No.
Did he ever tell you during those calls that you should keep it confidential and not tell anyone?
No.
Why did you continue to take his calls?
Because I told my publicist, Mike, about The Apprentice thing. He took great pride in telling me he told me to go to that dinner.
Ms. Daniels, listen to the question and answer the question.
To go and meet him was good.
Why did you continue to take his calls?
My publicist thought it was good to continue my conversations with him about the television show.
At some point, did Mr. Trump give you his work number?
He gave me his assistant's number.
And did he give that to you over the phone or in person?
Over the phone.
And what did he tell you about that number that he gave you?
That it was a person he worked closest with him. Her name was Rana. I remember writing it down on the notepad in my house while I was on the phone. If I ever need to get a hold of him, she would know how.
Do you remember approximately when he gave you that phone number?
I know where I was at, what house I was living in. I know it was late summer of 2006.
And what did you do with the number when he gave it to you?
I wrote it down on a piece of paper next to me. God, that's so old. I remember doing this. Like, to tell you how to do this back in the day. I wrote it down on a piece of paper next to my bed, and I entered it into my phone.
When you say you entered it into your phone, did you put it into your phone contacts?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Can we show now just to the witness, to the court, and the parties, People's Exhibit 228A for identification? Do you recognize that, Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of Rana's contact in my phone.
Do you notice that the phone number is redacted to show only the last 4 digits of the number?
Yes.
Had you reviewed it and compared it to the original contact without that redaction?
Yes.
Are they exactly the same other than the redaction?
I don't know why it is. Every time you say the word yes, you sound.
It says yes, I about lose it.
Yeah, seriously.
Yes. Trying to be a little sultry.
Yeah, it's working. It's
very
working.
steamy. Very steamy. Oh, giving me the vapors. Other than the redaction, is that an exact copy of the contact that you had entered into your phone for Rana when you received it from Mr. Trump sometime in 2006?
Yes, it is.
I offer People's Exhibit 228A into evidence.
No, oh, sorry. Any objection?
No objection.
Whereupon 220 is accepted into evidence, whereupon People's Exhibit 220 was received into evidence and displayed.
What did the contact read at the time?
The name?
Yes.
D. Trump Rana.
I need to pause and apologize to Breck Nichols. He sent this ages ago. Yes, thanks to the casting director, Sean is just as cute as a button, a panic button, I suppose, And the ladies are quite fetching as well. So there you go. There you go. And Real Patriots probably says Sean's gonna come. No, okay. There's an exclamation point there. I'm not doing it. All right. Please continue. Players. Where were we at here?
Why did you want to enter it that way?
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
You didn't.
I thought I already said it. And why did you enter it that way? D. Trump Ronan.
Well, I didn't want to type Donald Trump, so I put it in Rana. The same thing. I didn't know her last name, so it's kind of like the Keith one.
It's a different D. Trump, Rona. So.
Yeah, yes. If somebody's looking through her phone,
very secretive.
So Dave Trump. Yeah.
It's Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a cipher.
Dwayne Trump. It's a guy in Alabama. Kind of the same thing. I didn't know her last name, so it's kind of like the Keith one. It's how I remember it. To be fair, that's how I would do it too. Rana Trump number.
Yeah, for sure.
What it was for, and if I need to ever get a hold of him, that's why his name was first. I need to get a hold of him.
By the way, I have Sean's name in my phone as potentially Criminal Sean. So I'm gonna remember his freaking last name. No. If I put potentially
I have
Criminal
you
Sean.
saved as Attorney Joe Neerman because
really.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Rusty says, I know the U.S. looks some such a crap show that you have to read an entire movie script just to enter evidence into the record. Oh, it is. It is. That's what you're seeing is
guys. When you do appeals, this is what you have to read.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you have to in your head. You're trying to how did this go? And you're thinking about it. I need to get a hold of a woman named Rana.
You can take it down. Now, please show what is in evidence as People's Exhibit 83. Actually, you can show it all on the screens. Thank you. Maybe we can blow it up.
I can help you with that.
Do you see People's 83, a contact that says Stormy Daniels with a mobile phone number?
Yes.
Do you recognize those last 4 digits of the phone number there?
I do.
What are they?
The last 4 digits of my phone.
Have you previously reviewed that exhibit without the redactions?
Yes.
And can you confirm that what is redacted is the rest of your cell phone number?
Yes, it is.
Do you still have the same telephone number that you did back in 2006 and 2007?
Yes.
Thank you. You can take it down. I want to direct your attention to January 17th or so of 2007. Did you meet with Mr. Trump at the launch of his Trump vodka brand at the location in Hollywood, California called Ledoux?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I guess he was having a party for his vodka release. Which is weird because he doesn't drink. So, how did he reached out? What's that? Well, I know, but he's releasing a brand of vodka, but he's like, how does he even know if it's good vodka because he doesn't drink?
Because it's got the Trump name on it.
It could be fucking turpentine.
But it's Trump vodka. Come on.
How dare you question anything Trump?
Yeah,
I love the Emperor of Mankind. I'm just saying.
Yeah, come on. All right.
So he reached out to me and asked if I would attend.
Did you agree to go?
Yes.
Why did you agree to go?
For the same reason. I wanted to retain that sort of relationship because the celebrity, the chance to be on The Apprentice was still up in the air, and it would have been a great thing. It would have been great for my career, especially when it was framed as being a writer-director. It was a public event.
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Ms. Daniels, please keep the answer short. Listen to the question and answer the question. The objection is overruled.
So this whole thing right above proves she was in it for the money.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why do you keep taking his calls? Why just sleep with him the first time?
Because I want to be on The Apprentice. Yeah.
Right.
So there was an objection that was sustained, moved to strike, and then he says the objection's overruled. Is he saying the move to strike is overruled?
I guess so.
Because that just this judge is kind of sloppy.
You would think he would deny it. He would say, if anything, denied, not overruled. But
yeah, you don't overrule a motion to strike. That's why this judge sounds like he kind of plays fast and loose, and he's
I'll tell you right now, I'm an officer of the court of the state of New York, and Judge Mershon is beyond
I know,
reproach.
I know, Judge Joe.
He's
You can't do
he's beyond
nothing. I can
reproach.
say whatever I can say whatever I want because he ain't.
I'm just expressing my personal opinion is
I
that Judge
understand.
Mershon is beyond reproach.
Yes. Yes, the
Please.
honorable.
Please, the Honorable Justice Juan Mershon.
Yes.
Please continue, players.
Did you go alone or with others?
I went with 2 friends.
What were the first names of the 2 friends that went with you?
Just the first names.
Yes.
Tara and Evan.
Were the 2 of them, Tara and Evan, among the friends who you had told about some of the details about what had occurred with Mr. Trump?
Some of the details, yes.
When you saw, did you meet up with Mr. Trump when you got there?
Yes, I rode there with my friend and we immediately walked the red carpet and I went to his VIP booth.
Did you meet him at the VIP booth?
Yes.
How did he greet you?
He leaned over and he gave me a kiss and he shook my friend's hands.
Were there other people around when he greeted you?
Of course, there were hundreds of people there.
Did he appear to be concerned about meeting you there or greeting you?
No.
Did he introduce you to anybody memorable when you were there?
A few people. One of them was his friend Karen.
Did you know Karen's last name?
Not at the time.
Do you know her last name now?
Yes.
What is it?
McDougal.
Did you know? Did you know who she was at the time?
I did not.
Now, did you introduce your friends to Mr. Trump as well?
Yes, I did.
About how long were you there?
Between an hour and a half and 2 hours.
And did he ask you to see him again?
Yes. He spent most of his time talking to my friend. Which one? You said there were 2. Every time I came over, he asked me if I would go back with him that night.
What did you tell him?
I lied to him and said that I lied to him and said we were flying out on a girls' trip out of LAX that night.
Let me direct your attention to a few months later, about March of 2007. Did you visit with Mr. Trump at Trump Tower at about that time?
Yes.
How did that come about?
He said if I was ever in New York, I should stop by Trump and we could get together. I should see Trump Tower. Oh, I bet you did, huh?
Raising.
We could have a meeting about the show. I was here on unrelated business. I was working. I was dancing at a club. And I hit him up. Facing again. Oh, I thought it would be great if I could get him to come to the club and see me. But he instead invited me to his office building. And the same thing. I reached out to Rana as instructed, and my assistant and I went to Trump Tower to meet him.
You said you asked him to come to the show where you were going to be performing?
Right. Like, where was she performing at? Like, Scores or something?
Experiment, the Rhino.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
It was a public place. Lots of witnesses. I guess she's all about
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Sustained. The whole point about this is they're trying to make it sound as if,
Yeah, he's
like,
gonna
you know,
rape her.
he might just physically jump her otherwise.
Well, I just said, like, do you like performing in front of people? Did you want lots of witnesses?
Yeah.
I know. No, that's what they're trying to do.
Was there a reason you thought it would be good for the club if he showed up?
It would be good for the club and safer.
Objection and move to strike.
Sustain. The answer is stricken.
What happened when you got to Trump Tower?
Like when I walked in?
Yeah. Yes.
I was greeted warmly. I was expected. They were expecting me. And I went up to his office to greet him. My assistant and she was with me.
Did you meet his assistant Rana in the reception area upstairs?
Yes.
And were you ushered into his office with your assistant?
Yes.
And did you have a discussion in there with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
And just generally, what was the discussion?
It was very brief. He was very busy. People in and out.
Stop losing it, my God.
He introduced me to
Keep it together. You're a professional. Stormy.
God, if I was sitting before I kicked up for laughing. He introduced me to a couple of other people when I was there. And I was in a meeting with somebody when I got there. He had another meeting come in. There was a gentleman with an accent. He was very sort of rushed. At one point, he did step out and leave us in the office. We took selfies. He said, I don't have a lot of time. I wanted you to stop by. I wanted to say hi. It was always, I am still working the Apprentice thing. It got pushed back. I got it. That kind of thing. It was always very, very brief.
Did he also end up inviting you to another event?
He invited, well, okay. My assistant loved beauty pageants. He was sort of in the midst of dealing with his upcoming pageant. He offered us tickets if we wanted to go.
Did he arrange for tickets for you to go?
By the way, Debbie, no, there's no additional charges. You would think there were with the way that the judge is allowing all this to go.
Yes.
No, there are no additional charges. And yeah, I'm sorry. Go on.
He was asked to pee on the bed. It can't be true.
Did you end up going to the Miss USA pageant with your assistant?
Yes, at his invitation.
You said it was very brief at Trump Tower?
Yes.
Did he appear to be concerned about anybody seeing you at Trump Tower?
Oh, no. He introduced me to everybody. He just seemed busy.
Let me direct your attention now to the Miss USA pageant. How did you end up getting into the pageant?
It was in California. It was in Hollywood. And he left tickets under my name at the will call for my assistant and I.
Was he there at the time?
He was there, but I didn't see him or I didn't speak to him. I saw him on stage
Did you speak to him after the pageant?
a few times.
Now, after the Miss USA pageant, sometime around the summer of 2007, did you meet with him again in LA?
Yes.
How did that come about?
The same way I always did. He would call from a New York number or from Keith's number or Rana's number, I guess. And he said he was going to be in LA and he said the final information almost all sorted out for the show. I would meet him again for dinner at his bungalow, the Beverly Hills Hotel.
LA. Did you end up going to the bungalow?
I did.
And how'd you get there?
Mike, who was previously my publicist, we were now dating. He drove me in my car.
And had you told your boyfriend at that time about what exactly had happened in the hotel room with Mr. Trump?
Not the sexual part.
Why not?
Because I was ashamed
Why did you decide
that
to
Trump
go
had a
meet
bigger penis than
Oh,
that
no.
guy does.
Why did you decide to go meet him at the bungalow?
Speak. Mike did not know about the Apprentice thing.
He did know.
Oh, Mike
Mike
did
did.
know about the Apprentice thing. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
he's your publicist.
Yeah.
If I suddenly didn't want to do it, it would be very weird.
Did you meet anyone outside?
Go on.
Like, how did you...
Oh,
meet-
how did you get into his bungalow?
He gave me specific instructions. This place is kind of complicated to pull up to. His bodyguard, Keith, met me at my car, and Mike stayed in the car. He escorted me through, like, these back patios to his particular building.
Did you ask your boyfriend to just wait for you?
It was pretty It's pretty common.
Did you go
I bet he
into the
sits
bungalow?
outside a lot.
Oh, no. Did you go into the bungalow to meet with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about what you discussed with him in the bungalow.
The same sort of thing. He was very busy. He was on the phone when I got there. There were several phone calls. He was watching television. I said, what are we having for dinner? He was watching a documentary.
What are we
We
having
were
for
talking-
dinner? You have someone waiting in the car for you. You're like, what are we having for dinner? What the heck is happening here?
Weird.
Right.
She hates
Like I
being
said,
around him all the
she's used
so
to him.
much.
Sit outside. I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah, but he didn't know anything about the sex thing. He was assuming that everything there was totally clean. Totally clean.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. We were talking about the documentary that I was watching about some sailors that got killed by sharks or submarines. Sounds like it's like being a true like boomer watching a World War II documentary. It's like Tony Soprano watching the World War II stuff. He kept trying to make sexual advances. He put his hand on my leg, scooting closer, giving me compliments.
What was your response?
I told him I was on my period.
But you told him you did not want to. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there more discussion about the Apprentice?
Yes, but a lot less than I thought there would be.
Oh my
Update.
How long did you stay?
2 hours tops.
2 hours. The guy's in the car 2 hours.
2 hours. I don't understand what's happening here. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well,
More than an hour, less than 2.
And what did he
Yes.
say when you were leaving, when you decided to go?
I was reading some of the comments. I
Okay,
agree
there,
with a
Sean.
bunch of those. Want to get together again? I missed you. You know, the usual.
The usual.
Did he on that occasion tell you to keep it confidential and not to tell anyone?
You saved Joe as leader,
sorry.
Joe. Absolutely not.
Did he appear to be concerned with anybody else finding out that you were there with him?
Absolutely not.
Was that the last time that you saw him in person?
Yes.
And did he call you after this meeting in the bungalow in LA? Did he call you again?
Like that night?
Did he call you another time?
Yes.
Approximately how many times did he call you?
A few more times. One was to tell me that he could not get me on the television show. That he had been overruled by someone higher up's wife having a problem.
Sure,
Oh,
Jane.
you got slow rolled there, girl. You believe that story? He owed it to them with their opinion, I guess. And he tried a couple more times. I did not answer his call. Then one time I did answer. It was a New York number. I did not always know that it was him. To tell me he did not know Jenna Jameson was going to be on the show.
Who was Jenna Jameson?
She's another adult film actress, far more successful than you. She wasn't a contestant on the show. Her then fiance, her husband at this time, was Tito Ortiz, an MMA fighter, and he was on the show. She made a guest appearance and some stuff. I thought he was going to be mad.
But he thought
I thought I was going to be mad. I didn't care. Oh, I'm sure you didn't.
Yeah, right.
You didn't care at that point?
No.
Was that the last time you spoke to him by telephone or in person?
Yes.
So according to her, they had sex one time. That's what we're getting from this.
Yeah. Mhm.
And they were in that bungalow for 2 hours alone. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Listening to
closer,
sailors
though.
get eaten by sharks.
Okay.
All right. And after,
Oh
did
yeah,
you
she is malding. She is still coping over that.
Did you sort of stop taking calls? How did you know that? Did you know one way or the other whether he called you again?
I think he did a couple of more times. I have no way of knowing for sure. It would be a block number, a New York number. I did have a lot of people from New York calling.
Did you stop answering those calls?
Yes,
At that point, did you move on with your life?
absolutely.
For the next 3 years, January of 2008 until about May of 2011 or so, what did your life look like?
It was pretty awesome. I got a raise.
Objection.
Seriously, this is so relevant. Go on.
I got a lot more movies, a lot more mainstream things. That's when I did the 40-Year-Old Virgin and all those big movies. Started directing music videos. I got married. I had my daughter. I became a nationally ranked equestrian with my horses.
Objection.
I will allow it.
Bought a horse. Moved to Tejas.
Any interactions during that time with Mr. Trump?
No.
Let me direct your attention now to about May of 2011. Did you agree at that time to be interviewed for an article by a magazine called In Touch?
Yes.
And first of all, what is In Touch?
Well, when I went to Trump's rooms, I was in touch.
Mhm.
It's an entertainment magazine, sort of like a tabloid fluff magazine.
Fluffers. How did that come about that you agreed to be interviewed by In Touch?
One of the other performers at Wicked, Randy Spears, his wife did entertainment like PR management. Her name is Gina. She reached out to me and said someone had sold a story about me at Trump to In Touch or to a magazine. I'm not sure if she said In Touch. To a magazine, they were going to do a story, and I freaked out. I don't know who leaked it. I just had my daughter. I said no at first, and she said they're going to run it. Anyway, better you take control. I didn't have any money at the time. You can't let somebody else make money off you. You can make sure that's accurate and get paid.
There you go.
Man, you guys are fancy in the big city. You get like
Lots of
quarter birds and
reporters.
change in and out. Yeah, no, where I'm at in the boonies, dude, out here in Ohio in cow country, like there's just one and she just plows through it during the day.
Yeah, no, on depositions is always one. I think it's like because it's court, and also I think she's probably talking like much faster than you're talking. So there's a lot that's being taken down here, which
Yeah,
is
but
like
about
it's
300,
exhausting.
300 some pages about normal for a day out here too for a trial.
Yeah, I guess.
So I was just surprised. Like you guys have like everything in New York
Yeah,
City.
yeah.
Oh, we have everything.
F City back who F's all that walks, talks, and has no glove, no proof testing. Right. His hubris like who doesn't include this mess. What? Oh, because he's a germaphobe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that I hadn't thought about.
He'd be wearing a Tyvek suit. Come over here.
All right. Let's move on. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask you just to slow down again so that the court reporters can get you down.
I'm so sorry.
So she said you can either take control of it and get paid, or someone else will have control of it.
Or someone else could basically speak for you and make the money from it. And who knows what they'll say.
What was if you agreed to do the interview and get paid, would your agent, Gina Rodriguez was your agent?
Yes.
Would Gina also get paid as a result?
Yes.
Did you decide to do a brief interview with In Touch?
Yes.
Why did you decide to do it?
For the reasons I just said. I would rather make money than people make money off me. And at least I could control the narrative.
How much were you supposed to get paid for the article?
$15,000.
You said you just had your daughter. Were you doing less work at that time?
Yes.
Approximately how long was the interview that you had?
It was a phone interview between 10 and 20 minutes.
What was your understanding about whether this article was meant to be for the entertainment?
One was for In Touch magazine. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, no.
In Touch is like, it's a gossip magazine.
Did you discuss with In Touch all of the details of what happened in the room at Harris with Mr. Trump?
I tried to keep it fairly lighthearted and quickly to the point. Oh, no. Sorry, no.
Yeah.
I tried to keep it lighthearted, quickly to the point.
Did In Touch end up running that story in 2011?
No.
And at the time, did you know why they didn't run the story?
Not exactly. No. I know what I was told.
May we approach just for a moment?
Sure.
Judge, we're now at the point at which I would elicit that in 2011 she had an encounter in a parking lot with a gentleman who said, "Leave it alone."
So this encounter, just to let you all know, this encounter was something that came up prior to the testimony, and where someone basically threatened her about talking to the media about Trump, and she has no way of knowing that person has anything to do with Trump, and accordingly, the judge said that they can't talk about this because it makes it sound as if Trump is, hiring goons to come after her. So that's why the prosecutor is bringing this to the judge's attention.
Yeah.
I would like to elicit it because, again, it's been brought out on cross-examination with Keith Davidson. It also goes to explain that because she felt threatened, why she made certain decisions about what to discuss when and what not to discuss when publicly, and why she agreed to go public with the NDA. I want to make sure I'm staying in line with your Honor's directive.
She didn't make this claim at the time. It's much later that she started saying she was threatened. In 2018, she said she was threatened. In 2011, she'll say she didn't tell anybody about it. We'll get into that, the whole sideshow, and it puts a specter of...
Are you bringing that in on cross-examination?
If she brings it in.
It's already been brought up.
What did the person say?
She was in the car with her daughter, and the person said, "It would be a shame if something happened to your daughter." They brought it out, and it's been the basis for the defamation claim. That's how they brought it out.
Remind me how?
In the opening statement, they said the courts had decided how she owed him legal fees. Michael Avenatti in 2018 released a sketch of a man in the car who threatened her. Mr. Trump said, "It's a con job." Mr. Avenatti said it was not. Mr. Avenatti said it was defamation. The court said it was hyperbole and not defamation. Mr. Trump, as a result, was awarded legal fees. They brought it out on cross-examination. I don't want to leave it to their cross-examination.
We're going into the facts that she owes money to Trump and she hasn't paid it.
I do recall you bringing that out.
We were going on that fact.
The jury now is wondering why. What is she talking about? Why did this happen? I think the jury's entitled to know what led up to that, which you introduced.
I'll do it briefly.
Very briefly. Whereupon the proceedings were held in open court.
Ms. Daniel, some weeks after you were interviewed by In Touch, did you have an experience in about June of 2011 with an encounter in the parking lot in Las Vegas?
Yes, I did.
Will you tell the jury just briefly what happened?
My daughter, who was an infant at the time, my daughter and I went to like postpartum, like a workout for a mommy and me workout thing. I was approached by a man in the parking lot in Las Vegas, in the center of a shopping center that the class is located in. And I thought he was the father or the husband of one of the other women in the class. And he approached me and he said that he threatened me not to continue to tell my story.
When you say to continue to tell your story, about who?
About my encounter with Mr. Trump?
Did you tell the police at the time?
No.
Why not?
Because he told me not to say anything at all. And I was scared. And I didn't want any more of the story coming out. My daughter's father was also struggling with his own personal issues at the time.
So did you tell your boyfriend at the time
No.
about the encounter?
No.
That's because you were concerned about him?
Objection to leading.
Sustained.
Why did you not tell him?
He was struggling mentally with some postpartum stuff about our daughter and his alcoholism. Well, like it wasn't his kid or something. Well, why was he? Why? There's not
Yeah.
male postpartum
What
issues.
how many dudes have postpartum issues?
Postpartum.
That's my point.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because he's like, wow, he looks like your pup. He looks like the director.
Oof.
And I had never told him about the fact that I had sex with Trump. So for me to tell him at that moment when his whole world was exploding would have just been not good at all on any level.
Now, let me direct your attention to about October of 2011. Did you become aware at around that time that an article had come out and been posted online about your encounter with Mr. Trump on a site called thedirty.com?
Yes, Gina called and told me.
Would that be Gina Rodriguez?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury what is thedirty.com first?
It's not a site I look at, so I'm not entirely sure, but it's the online equivalent to a tabloid, a gossip site, a trash site. A trash site, not like porn sites, apparently.
Right. Obviously. Doesn't have the air respectability that porn obviously has.
You said Gina Rodriguez told you there was something up on thedirty.com?
Yes, she called and told me about it. I think she might have sent me a link and I looked at it. It's not a site I looked at the time. Celebrity gossip site.
Did you provide information to that site?
No, I never even heard of that site at the time.
Were you concerned about it being up at the time?
Yes.
Why were you concerned?
Because I had been threatened and I didn't want the person who threatened me and my baby thinking I had done it.
At that point, did you want it taken down?
Absolutely.
What, if anything, did Gina, your agent,
Well,
hold up, say about being able to take it down?
I remember I was freaking out and crying and hyperventilating, and I asked her what I should do, and she asked me for permission to have her attorney remove it for me.
Did she tell you the name of her attorney at the time?
Keith Davidson.
Did you tell her that, yes, you would be happy for her attorney to try to take it down?
Absolutely.
Was he, in fact, successful in doing
Or is
that?
it? I can't.
Was he, in fact,
This is-
successful? in doing
I
that?
assume so because it came down.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention now to 2015. Were you aware at some point that Mr. Trump announced that he was running for president?
Yes.
And sometime after he announced that he was running for president, did someone reach out to you again about telling your account of what happened with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
Who was that?
Well, lots of people did.
Did Gina Rodriguez reach out to you?
Yes.
What did she suggest that she could do?
That she could sell a story again.
And did she suggest that in terms of selling the story that money could be paid to do this?
Of course, that's the reason to sell it.
Did she say that she could make money as well?
Yes, of course.
Did there come a time that you had a conversation with a friend of yours who was also an attorney
Yes.
about whether you should publicly tell her your story?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Without telling us the substance. Withdrawn. Did you have a conversation with a friend of yours who is an attorney?
Lots, yes.
And this particular friend who you had a discussion with, were you seeking legal advice from him?
No. I was just having lunch with him.
And did you decide, based on a conversation with him, about what you should do about getting the details of your story out?
Yes, I do remember asking him about what he thought about the Gina situation, because I had been threatened, and he said that he thought it was really a really good idea, that he was concerned about my safety.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
Did your conversation with him guide your decision to have your story documented or out there in some way?
Yes. He helped me set up a press conference that we didn't end up doing.
Did your conversation with him and what happened to you in the parking lot in Las Vegas in 2011 guide your decision about telling your story as a way to make sure that it was documented and out there?
Yes.
Did you have an understanding at that time or belief that by doing that, it would keep you safer in some way?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, did it guide your decision in general about what to do?
Absolutely.
Did you decide to let Gina try to sell your story to some news outlets?
Yes.
Do you recall in early October of 2016 the Access Hollywood tape coming out publicly?
Yeah.
You know what that is? You're aware of what that is?
Yes. Gina actually had told me about it.
Before the Access Hollywood tape came out, was Gina trying to sell your story to news outlets?
Yes.
And the reference to Access Hollywood, those you're wondering, is where Trump said something like, with girls, they let you walk up to them and grab them.
Women will let you do anything.
Yes, grab them wherever you want.
And I'm a case study.
Yeah. I think we're up to, was she successful?
Yeah, doing so. No.
Now, after the Access Hollywood tape came out, did Gina have some conversations with you about her ability to try to sell the story after it came out?
Yes.
What in substance did she tell you?
In a nutshell.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you continue to agree at that time that she could sell your story to news outlets?
Yes. I told her she could keep trying. More people were calling. No.
What you described for the jury previously about your encounter with Mr. Trump in the hotel room. You're seeing him on a number of other occasions. The telephone calls from Mr. Trump to you. Is that generally what you would have described to the news outlets at that time in October of 2016 if you had been thoroughly interviewed?
Objection.
Sustained.
At that point in October of 2016, was Gina's focus and your focus on selling the story to the news outlets?
Yes.
Did you have any intention of approaching either Mr. Trump or Michael Cohen, his attorney, to have them pay for your story?
No. My motivation wasn't money.
Sorry.
Get the story out.
Oh my God. Oh my God. How is she not charged with perjury? She literally just said, I'm selling a story to make money. That's why you sell a story. She literally said that.
Oh.
Joe, it's Lawgic. Remember, this is Lawgic. It works. The whole math, if you apply whole math, it jives.
That was in part guided by your experience in 2011 and your conversations with...
It was motivated out of fear.
Oh, good Lord.
Not money.
Did there come a time that you learned in approximately October of 2016 that Donald Trump and Michael Cohen were interested in buying the rights to your account?
Yes.
And how did you learn that?
Gina told me.
And approximately when was that Gina told you that there was interest there in paying for your story?
In October, May at the earliest, latest September. But it was October, I believe. Yeah, October.
What was that? It was October.
May at the earliest,
latest September, but it was October.
It's October, I believe, yeah.
Oh
it was between like 3 and 5, but you know what? It was actually at 7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m.
Totally.
Oh my God.
And it was after release of the Access Hollywood tape.
Teresa, your comment, is this a real courtroom? Yes. You think you're being trolled. This is 100% really what was talked about. Yes.
Now, who did you understand when Gina told you that? Who did you understand that Michael Cohen was representing at the time?
Donald Trump.
Did you understand at the time that they would pay for your story for you not to release it publicly?
Yes.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained as to leading.
What did you understand they were interested in paying you for?
They were interested in paying for the story, which is the best thing that could have happened, because then my husband wouldn't find out. Stormy, where did this $100,000?
I thought she wants the truth. She wants the truth to come out.
Yeah.
This is like literally changing her mind.
Here's a couple hundred thousand. How did that get in the bank account? I did some more work when I wasn't around. Well, residuals. Yeah. But it was because my husband wouldn't find out. But there was still a documentation of a money exchange and a paperwork exchange, so that I would be safe and the story wouldn't come out.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. What do you mean safe and the story wouldn't come out? What the hell does that even mean? It's like the story's only coming out because you're talking about it.
Now.
The story's coming out because you're talking about it. That's the only thing that's restricted, is that you can't talk about it to anyone else. The story.
Yeah, so like if it's safe that like we bought her silence, we don't have to kill her now. She's
Lawgic.
Stormy is lucky this isn't about Bill, because she'd have been dead 35 years ago at this point.
Yeah. Did we already do objection?
Yeah,
it's overruled.
Overruled, yeah.
Were you told by Ms. Rodriguez how much in total would be paid from Donald Trump and Michael Cohen to purchase the rights to your story?
$130,000.
And how did you feel about that $130,000 at the time?
I didn't care.
Oh my God.
Sure.
I didn't care about the amount. I just to get it done.
Were you happy?
Of course. You didn't care. Well, of course, it's money, but the number didn't matter to me. Then why not $130?
Yeah,
Sure.
And
I
didn't pick the number. Okay.
And did you negotiate that number at all?
No.
Why didn't you ask for more money?
Seriously.
Because I'm an idiot. I didn't care about the money.
Facts.
Oh God, that's gonna get clipped.
What was your financial outlook in that time in October of 2016 relative to earlier years?
It was the best year it had ever been.
I'm sorry?
The best it had ever been. Instead of directing 5 movies a year, I directed 10. I had gotten several raises. I bought a house. We no longer lived in California. I was really expensive, and I was able to go back to work. How long were you out of work for? Jesus Christ, woman. I was working for a while, but it was on camera and on stage. Things were good, very good. I was winning with my horses too.
Oh,
winning, hashtag
Oh,
winning.
let me direct your attention to October 10th, 2016. Were you presented on that date with an agreement to sign at that time?
Yes.
Tell us how that occurred and what sort of an agreement.
It was an NDA.
Explain to the jury what an NDA is, what your understanding of an NDA is.
NDA stands for non-disclosure. What, you're leaving out the A, but
yeah,
you tried, Stormy. It's a contract between people or parties to keep information secret.
And who did you understand was the beneficiary of that NDA?
Donald Trump.
Who was representing him at that time?
Michael Cohen.
Let me now ask you to show, please, People 63, which is in evidence. You can display that for everyone.
Or show.
Can we blow up the body of that email, please? Can you read that? First of all, can you tell us who the email is from and who it's to?
It's from Keith Davidson. It's to Michael Cohen.
What was Keith Davidson in relation to you at this point?
He was acting as my attorney. He was Gina Rodriguez's attorney who handled this sort of thing for her.
Did you understand he would handle this NDA for you?
Yes.
Who was the email? You said it's from Keith Davidson to who?
To Michael Cohen.
What does it say in the to line?
To Michael Cohen, Trump Organization, First Administrative Group.
What does the subject line say?
SD versus RCI.
Can you read, please, the email for us?
What's that? Sorry, I don't know how to read.
From Michael.
Read the email?
Yes, please.
So stupid. It says exhibit It says, Michael, please find Miss Daniels' settlement agreement, side letter agreement attached. I have not filled in the side letter agreement, SLA, which identifies the parties' disagreement. Under the terms of the agreement, neither my client and I are entitled to possession of the SLA. The settlement sum is $130,000. I have also attached my firm's wiring instructions for your reference. Miss Daniels expressed dissatisfaction with your schedule of a delay for 10 days for funding. To that end, you'll see that I placed this Friday, 10/14/2016, as the funding deadline. Let me know if this is a problem. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns about anything, Keith. Then his cell phone.
Did you express dissatisfaction and want this signed and done by October 14th?
Absolutely.
Why was that?
Because I was afraid that if it wasn't done before the nomination and things, that I wouldn't be safe, or that he would never pay and there wouldn't be a trail to keep me safe.
When you say before the nomination, was Mr. Trump already the nominee at that point of the Republican Party?
By October, yeah, he would have been, so I don't understand why this is before the nomination, Stormy. I believe so. And the election. Sorry, the election is what I meant to say, the election.
That's okay. What did you understand were the general terms of this confidential settlement agreement or non-disclosure agreement?
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm sorry.
What did you understand at this point about
No
what
laughter from the bench, counselor.
were of this agreement?
So that I exchanged for the sum of $130,000 that I could not tell my story, that he also couldn't tell the story. We cannot contact each other or each other's families or representatives. We had to pretend like we didn't know each other at all, basically.
Wait. So it sounds to me like she knows exactly what that means.
Yeah. And also, by the way, it's interesting that they can't contact each other's families. Meaning,
Or reps.
it's not just you can't share
Yeah,
it
you can't go-
publicly. You
yeah,
can't go
you can't.
telling my wife about this.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah,
So-
Melania. Yeah, that's right, Melania.
No, the fact that she was specifically told that she can't go to Melania indicates that this is not a matter of
Right.
purely election, but that he doesn't
Yeah.
want her talking to the wife.
Yeah,
Right.
stay away.
Yeah, this actually helps Trump.
Mhm.
Can't show up like Janice and Karen and Goodfellas pounding on the.
Mm-hmm. Or like Glenn Close in the, like with a rabbit or something.
Oh God.
Okay. And that you would get paid the sum of $130,000?
Correct.
Was there? Do you remember if there was a liquidated? Whoa, words are hard.
Damages.
Damages clause if you breached.
Liquidated damages is a reference to normally when you have someone violates something. I make a deal with you, and I'm afraid you're going to violate it. It's going to be difficult for me to show how much my damages are. So you put down a definite sum as to how much your damages are, and that's called liquidated damages.
And it's
So
done.
this is like her gag order, and if she breaks it, it's $1 million each time.
Pretty much.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's done in such. You normally do liquidated damages in such an amount that you're like,
stupid to violate.
yes, it's gonna pucker you to make sure you don't.
It's actually something that I've negotiated this, and one of the things I talk with when I'm dealing with adverse attorneys, and they're promising they're not going to do something. You're always going to want to put down liquidated damages, which is going to make it financially stupid for them to violate it. Because otherwise, you're worried if she sells the story for $5 million and has to pay a liquidated damages clause of $20,000, she'll happily do it. So you and when the other side is balking and saying, "Hey, that's a ridiculously high liquidated damages clause," the response you give as an attorney is, why are they going to breach it?
That's like, what are you so afraid of?
What are you afraid of? Exactly. And they're very weak position to argue the number. So sometimes they'll try to argue and say, yes, and that's why you make it like it's designed to be a hammer. It's designed to be a stupid high hammer to as like a nuclear bomb that will destroy them if they break it.
That makes sense. And you know what's interesting, though, is that she's very specific in this very airy way, explaining what she's allowed to do and not do underneath this in this agreement. But then she says, well, it's sort of like $1 million every time if I say something. Like she makes it so vague, like she's not sure.
I have no idea what it is, but it's $1 million if I talk.
Like it almost sounds like she's being, hyperbolic, right? And not really knowing it's $1 million.
Yeah.
It's funny though because the Clintons have liquidated damage clauses in their contracts too.
Yeah, they'll liquefy you.
Mm.
All right. So where are we at here? So do you remember this liquidated damages clause, Stormy?
Yes. Yeah. If I spoke, it was like $1 million every time I said something.
Can we show page 2 now of this exhibit, People 63? Do you recognize this side letter agreement?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the purpose of this side letter agreement?
To identify who the fake names were.
What do you mean by that? Were there actual names disclosed in the NDA?
Jody, you come down. No. In the original paperwork, instead of saying Stormy Daniels or Stephanie Clifford, it identified me as party one and Mr. Trump as the other party. They give us like fake names, pseudonyms of Peggy and David. I think it was David.
David Dennison?
Yeah, that's actually one of Trump's like. He's used that name all the time for stuff. Apparently,
Really?
Yeah. Oh, he has a couple names he's used before to like when he wants to be on the down low.
Interesting.
This was the side letter that went to it that identified that I was Peggy and he was David.
Can we just take a quick look at page 3 on the PDF of the signature line? Is that your signature there on the line for Peggy Peterson, aka Stephanie Gregory Clifford, aka Stormy Daniels?
Yes.
And how did you sign it?
Stephanie Clifford. What do you mean?
What's the date that you signed it?
Oh, 10/10/16.
And you signed it with your name as Peggy Peterson. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, if we could look, did you also initial this agreement with the initials PP for Peggy Peterson?
Yes.
Let's look at this. We're so grown up. Let's look at the settlement agreement, page 1, which I believe is page 4 on the PDF. Can you show the bottom place where it shows the initials of PP? Did you initially PP?
Uh-huh.
As far as you recall, did you initial various pages as Peggy Peterson?
Yes.
Can we take a look at page 10 of the PDF where there's a list of names? This is page 10 of the settlement agreement. Do you see a list of names there?
Yes.
What were those list of names? Did you write in those list of names?
I did.
Why did you write them in?
Because I was asked to write down the names of people who knew all the details.
Those were some of the people that you told?
Yes.
Can we look also at page 15, please, of the agreement, which is page 18 in the PDF? Can we blow up the signature, please? This is the non-disclosure agreement or the settlement agreement, and did you sign it?
Yes.
What did you sign it as?
Peggy Peterson.
And why did you not put your real name there?
Because I was instructed not to, that we were using pseudonyms.
After you signed the agreement, the side letter agreement, and the settlement agreement, otherwise known as the non-disclosure agreement, did Gina Rodriguez generally just keep you updated on the progress of the deal?
Yes.
And did you get paid the $130,000 on October 14th, 2016, as was disclosed in that email?
No, it was late.
What did you understand about the reason for the delay? What was happening?
I didn't know why
being
it was
late
late.
is Stormy Daniels' worst nightmare.
Yeah. He just kept making excuses.
And what is your understanding about who kept making excuses?
Michael Cohen to Keith Davidson because of Trump to Cohen and Cohen to Davidson.
And that was your understanding?
Yes.
Because you understood Michael Cohen represented Mr. Trump.
Correct.
Were you concerned about why these excuses were being made and there was a delay in the payment?
Yes.
What was your concern?
Well, I mean, he obviously that sum of money shouldn't matter, so it was a financial delay. So it made me more concerned something bad was going to happen. And that if it wasn't done before the election, then it was not ever going to happen because he got whatever he wanted. And it goes all the way back to me not being safe.
How is
What?
that related to what?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's going to drone strike me.
Let me direct your attention now. Judge, would you like to break soon or would you like me to continue?
Is this a good breaking point?
Certainly.
Jurors, we'll take lunch. Oh my God. We're only at lunch. Oh my God. We're only at friggin' lunch.
Wait, it's 500 pages, and what are we on? 100?
Oh
pages,
my
yeah.
God. How is that possible that we're only at lunch? We did 100 pages here. Oh, Oh my God, we're not going to make it all the way through.
No.
No.
Oh.
All right, jurors, we're taking a lunch recess. I remind you all my instructions, including not to discuss this case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Continue to keep an open mind to the defendant's guilt or innocence. Please do not form or express an opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. Let's get started.
Well,
2
he
o'clock,
should
all
be
rise.
he should be considered innocent
blah.
now, not keeping an open mind to his guilt. He's innocent till you get all the evidence.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't like how he says that.
Let's get
but-
to this point. Is there anything you that we need to discuss at this time?
No, Your Honor.
No.
So I think Steinglass is also prosecuted.
I'm gonna
Oh,
hand up a
the
copy.
prosecutor.
I'm gonna have a copy of the stipulation that was entered to in evidence the other day to be marked as a court exhibit.
Thank you. And then and then they go to lunch. So okay, so the question is, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I recognize it's 2:40 in the morning over here on the East Coast.
Oof.
Do you guys want to stop here? I mean,
go
I
for a
feel
bit. I'm good.
you're good to go. What about you? What about
I can
you?
go all night, Joe.
I'm good for a bit longer.
Judge, I can go all night long.
All right. No, I don't want to take advantage. You guys are doing a phenomenal job on the read. Really excellent job on the read.
Let's scroll
But
down.
maybe read it like a little faster. The
I'll go
Stormy
faster. I'll go
parts.
faster.
All right. No, I mean yeah, she's the one who's supposed to be talking fast, and
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying
Jess
to.
is doing. I know you're doing injecting like some
I'm trying
comedy,
to-
and I
Some
appreciate
flavor, some spice.
that. Some spice, yeah.
I'll go fast.
But we got ground to cover. It's not the full 330 pages because I think the last 100 pages is just exhibit tabs. So we're more than
Okay.
halfway, I think, even though
Okay.
I don't know what's. Well, we'll see when we get to cross and where we're at on that point.
Okay.
All right? Good afternoon. If I could have a
Thank
second,
you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
If I could have a second, Mr. Blanche.
Pardon me?
If I could just have 1 second, Mr. Blanche.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Just for the record, my chambers reached out to the people in defense counsel to ask if defense counsel wanted a limiting instruction on the encounter that took place in the parking lot where Miss Daniels claims that someone threatened her. I will not give limiting instructions unless defense requests it. And even then, I would ask the two sides to see if you can agree on the proposed limiting instruction. I realized you haven't had a lot of time to work on that, but I also received your email that you wanted to make an application. Please go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. We moved for a mistrial based on the testimony this morning. Your Honor, there are a couple of reasons, but what's clear is that the court set guardrails for this testimony, and the guardrails by this witness answering questions from the government were just thrown to the side. There's no way to unring the bell in our view, and the testimony that came in was so unduly and inappropriately prejudicial to President Trump and the actual charges that are at issue in this case that there is no remedy we could fashion or we believe the court could fashion to unring the bell. I mean, the testimony, Your Honor, about the alleged incident back in 2006, a lot of the testimony this witness talked about today is way different than the story she was peddling in 2016, Your Honor, which is, from my understanding, what the ADA said this morning. The only reason why this evidence is even admissible, right, is to talk about the information that was supposedly kept from the voters in 2016. There was testimony today about being blacked out, about not wearing a condom, which was after there was testimony from her employer that you had to wear a condom, that there was always a condom worn, the height of the two individuals, the fact, the things that, like the spacing in the room, the fact there was a bodyguard outside the room, the power dynamics. She testified the question was, do you want out of the trailer park? And all this has nothing to do with the case, and it's extraordinarily prejudicial, and it's something that is the only reason why the government asked those questions, aside from the pure embarrassment, is to inflame the jury, to not look at the evidence that matters, but just to hear from this witness. And on top of that, Your Honor, even after the incident, there was testimony about a second alleged sexual advance sometime later on. Totally irrelevant to this case, and there's no reason that should have been elicited, Your Honor. Again, we don't know that that's coming because we don't get notes of what this witness has said in prep. The last one we got from last year, Your Honor, she testified there was communications with President Trump afterwards, and she had thought something bad was going to happen, and she was not worried about being safe. Then she repeatedly testified about purported alleged meetings with President Trump, and every single one she qualified, she was in an open place, in a public place. What's a jury to do with that? And for many of those you sustained objections to, Judge, and that is true, but it was said repeatedly, and the jury hears it. And I'm sure your transcript will say objection sustained by Your Honor, but it's still extraordinarily prejudicial to insert safety and safety concerns in a trial about business records. And I know Your Honor.
He's right, by the way. Everything he's saying is spot on, right?
Yes.
They portrayed him as if
he's
he's a danger to rape her.
And while he's handling this, he is blacking Jack Smith really hard down in Mar-a-Lago at the same time with the documents case. So Todd Blanche is putting in the work.
Yeah.
And I know that Your Honor knows this, but this is exactly what President Trump was. What we raised with the court, seeking an adjournment based upon Ms. Daniels' change testimony for years, including up to 2016, which is
when she was
when she was peddling the story. She talked about a consensual encounter with President Trump that she was trying to sell. That's what Mr. Davidson talked about. That's purportedly what Mr. Cole was told. And that's not the story we're here today. We're here a completely different story. And the reason why that matters is because, of course, we're going to cross-examine on the fact that her story has changed. And I'm sure the government will then say, we open the door and they can go ahead and ask even more questions what she would say about it happening in 2016. But it's so prejudicial in the case about an NDA and whether or not there are false records placed on the Trump Organization's books in 2017. And I think Your Honor knew that this was an issue by setting up guardrails along the way this morning. But now we've heard it, and it is an issue. And it's not, how can you unring the bell? I'm sure we're going to cross-examine her shortly, presumably, and talk about and then elicit the fact that she denied twice. And there were articles that said she denied it, and that she denied it took place. But that's not really the issue. I mean, it's really going to be the cross. The issue is that she testified today about consent, about danger. That's not the point of this case. That's the point of her testimony. That's not what she was peddling. That's not, I'm sorry. That's not what she was peddling. It's not the story that she was selling in 2016, and now that we're here. I mean, the least of which is the fact that just over lunch, people are already reporting, everybody's reporting that she suggested consent. And that's a new fact that's extraordinarily prejudicial. And the mere fact that she says there was consent after saying she blacked out, doesn't remember anything, and they only had water, and she doesn't remember anything. This is the kind of testimony that makes it impossible to come back from. They objected all those parts too. So, and I mean, not even talking about the fact we're talking about somebody who's going on the campaign this afternoon and how unfair is that environment as well. But the government must have known this was coming out. And it's just, we sit here listening to it and we object to it the best we could. But, there's nothing to do with the reason why we're here, Your Honor. And even though the limited fact she signed the NDA, the limited fact she was selling the story over the years, including at the time of the election, that's not what you heard today. That's not how the evidence came in from this witness. Of course, Your Honor, cut her off several times, but there was so much. We haven't looked at the transcript to give all the examples, and we are happy to do so if that's helpful. But how can we come back from this in a way that's fair to President Trump, in a way to make sure that his process stays exactly where it should be, which is about where the Trump false records on the Trump Organization's books and put into on 2017. So we believe, regrettably, that there should be a mistrial, and to that extent, there is another trial, and that this witness is either excluded or that her testimony is extremely limited to the guardrails, frankly, that Your Honor set this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche. People?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Again, I would just note, this is fully briefed by the defense in their motions in limine. And Your Honor did not put any guardrails on her testimony, recognizing, of course, that this completes her account. Her account completes the narrative of the events that precipitated the falsification of business records. In this story, Your Honor, her account is highly probative of the defendant's intent, and his motive in paying this off, and making sure that the American public did not hear this before the election. It is precisely what the defendant did not want to become public. I will say, without getting into too many details, that Mr. Blanche's recitation of the fact that this is entirely new is not true. I will say that, and I'm sure that he knows this, that the account and things like the fact that a condom was not used has been out there for a very, very long time. This is not new. This is not a new count. Now, there were certain details that I told Your Honor that she remembered after a movie in 2019, and I was going to elicit that. You asked me not to, and I did not. But the other thing is, Judge, they opened the door to this. So the 2011 threat to her was open to not only in their opening when they talked about legal fees and that she was changing, coming up with a story because she's an opportunist out to make money and that she owes Mr. Trump legal fees. So they opened the door. That's the subject of the defamation case.
I'm sorry. They're saying that the opening statement it's not evidence. You can't open the door with an opening statement, I would argue.
You're making a good point, Sean. Very good point.
Sorry. I'm just...
That's okay. That's okay.
And second, they specifically put in an exhibit which was admitted in evidence through Keith Davidson's testimony, where they referenced this threat in 2011, saying that it was not true. And so it was incumbent upon us to bring out those details in her direct, again, to rehabilitate credibility, where they attacked it both during Keith Davidson's testimony and on opening. So, Your Honor, we were extremely mindful of not eliciting too much testimony about the actual act. We did it initially before Your Honor even asked us to carve it back. Additionally, so there were details that were left out based on the court's instructions at the bench. They were additional details that were not brought out. But, Your Honor, this stating that this is an entirely new story is not accurate. And I'm certain that when they cross-examine Ms. Daniels, some of this will come out and some of this will come out on redirect. And I know that Your Honor has mentioned that you will allow me to elicit some of it on redirect in terms of what issues came up publicly and what details were remembered at different times based on different things. But they opened the door to the threat in 2011, and now Your Honor has asked us to discuss a limiting instruction on that, and we can certainly do that. We have written one that we have written up quickly that we can discuss with defense counsel if they would like that. But Your Honor, this goes directly to her credibility, which they attacked, and while I'm sure will continue to attack, they opened the door in their opening. They opened the door in Keith Davidson's testimony, and these are not all new details. But at the end of the day, Your Honor, this is what defendant was trying to hide. And in terms of the payoff in 2016 before the election, this is an exhibit, if you would, of what they were trying, what Mr. Trump wanted to make sure it didn't get disclosed. We have carved back details. We have been mindful of Your Honor's decision, and we have carved it back even before them. So I don't think there is any basis for a mistrial, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, that misses the point a little bit of the argument. The point of the argument is that the reason why this evidence and theory is admissible over our objections because these, in theory, are the facts which was presented to Mr. Davidson and Mr. Cohen so that they could evaluate whether or not they can enter an NDA, exposing the fact that the details were going to be kept from the American people in 2016. That's a theory for this evidence coming in. The problem is that isn't what came in. And so what instead came in this extraordinarily prejudicial testimony has changed over time. And we can't fix that except the cross-examiner, but it still has nothing to do with this case. The voters decided in 2016. The people are going to make a lot of that in their summation, I expect. And Judge, I don't think anybody can listen to what the witnesses said. I don't think that has anything to do with the charged conduct. It's a kind of testimony that's so prejudicial. You have to run to the very high risk. You run the very high risk of the jury not being able to focus on the evidence that actually does matter.
Your Honor, may I just add one thing? Mr. Blanche mentioned about the threat and so on. She testified it directly that she was not threatened either physically or verbally by Mr. Trump. We made sure to elicit that. We made sure to say she did not say no. At the end of the day, it was the defendant who knew the details. We submit, Your Honor, he knew the details of what occurred in the room.
Okay, I can rule on this. All right. As a threshold matter, Mr. Blanche, I agree that there were some things that would probably have been better left unsaid. I think that there are some areas that would have been better if the people did not go into them. In fairness to the people, I think the witness was a little difficult to control. And that's why I was permitting some leading to giving them the opportunity to control the witness. It was not easy. Having said that, I do think that there were guardrails in place. I do think the court instructed the prosecution there were certain details that we don't need to get into. And again, I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I do think there were some things that were better left unsaid. Having said that, I don't believe we're at the point where mistrial is warranted. There are a few things that go along with that. I will note that there were objections. The objections, for the most part, were sustained. Where there was motion to strike testimony, for the most part, the motion was granted as well. I will also note that I was surprised that there were not more objections at various times during the testimony. And in fact, at one point, the court sua sponte objected because there was no objection coming from the defense. So when you say that, you know the bell has been rung. The defense has taken some responsibility for that. The court has done everything that I can possibly do to protect both sides and to ensure fairness, and that's why, again, I objected on my own. Whether there are new stories or not new stories, the remedy is on cross-examination. In fact, if there are new stories, the more fodder that I will expect to see on cross-examination, if you have any. I also believe, if you want, I'll give a limiting instruction regarding the incident at the parking lot in 2011. Just bear with me one moment.
Your Honor, can I just object to that?
1 second, Ms. Neschles, please. Yes, Ms. Neschles.
Your Honor, I think I just wanted to be a little clearer. I did see that you or your own sustained it, but we have moved beforehand to try to limit all of this, and Your Honor had ruled that it could come in, and so I didn't want to keep saying objection.
That's a very general statement, Ms. Neschles. That's not accurate. If you're going to say something like that, be accurate.
Well, I'm trying to be accurate.
For example, I sustain a request that the people not be permitted to go into, or what was it? The Roger Ailes, is that his name? I agree with you that that would be extremely prejudicial, and I didn't want them to go into that. So I didn't agree with everything that you requested, but I did agree with some things that you asked.
Right. And so, based on the ruling is what we were following. That's why we were not standing up and objecting. And once Your Honor signaled that you thought it had gone too far, we did start objecting very consistently. But up until that point, we really felt like Your Honor had ruled on the bench that they were allowed to do what they were doing. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Well, we have to agree to disagree on that. I think I said multiple times to you and to the prosecution that we're going into way too much details. We were going into much more than we needed to. It wasn't necessary. I still believe that
stop them.
I still believe that it wasn't necessary. Having said that, though, I don't think that we have reached a point where mistrial is in order. I believe that limiting instruction as to the incident in 2011 will cure that issue, and I believe that you have a remedy for cross-examination. And as I said before, the more times the story has been changed, the more fodder for cross-examination that you have. So I'm going to deny your motion for a mistrial at this time. Anything else? Do you want to discuss the limiting instruction now? Can we approach? Sure.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I think we agreed on most of the language, and we can kick over the last part to you. So here, I'll read my version, our version, and we will read their version. Our version is you have heard testimony from Ms. Daniels regarding a 2011 incident in which she had testified about being threatened in a parking lot. This testimony is permitted to explain any impact this interaction may have had on the witness's state of mind or credibility and her willingness to publicly disclose aspects of her encounter with Mr. Trump. That's the part we agree on. Our version says you must not draw any inference that Mr. Trump was behind any such threats, nor may you draw any inference unfavorable to the defendant as a result of this testimony. The version from the defense says, I instruct you that Mr. Trump had nothing to do with any threat to this witness, and you may not draw any inference unfavorable to the defendant as a result of his testimony.
Your Honor, can I just interrupt? I don't like even hearing it right now. This is going too quick, honestly. We haven't really had time to think about it.
Do you want to think about it?
Yes, because even hearing it, it sounds like Your Honor is saying, yeah, this actually happened and we can test it. We're going to have to cross on this.
Okay, you can think about it and get it to me Thursday morning.
Yes, Judge.
Judge, may I have a few minutes to talk to the witness in an effort to just perhaps instruct her to be cautious about any testimony that...
Is there any objection to that?
No, Judge, no objection.
Okay, you can take a minute to do that.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a picture of this?
It'll last longer.
That whole argument, it's like, oh, well, they're witness. It's hard to control a witness. It's your problem. Like, when you bring a witness in the courtroom, you're responsible for them. Unless they completely, like, lose their mind and start, like, they jump up and start ripping their clothes off. Like, otherwise, what they say up there, you are responsible for. So the idea, oh, this witness was hard to control. It's like, that's why you prep.
Give me a pass.
Yeah. That is such...
All right. So let me know when you're ready. I'm ready. Well, as we discussed at the bench, the people submitted a proposed limiting instruction that I was also shown the additional language the defense wanted to include. And upon further discussion, we agreed that we're going to take some more time to think about it. You'll get back to me by Thursday morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So with the consent of defense counsel, Ms. Hoffinger has stepped out for a minute to give some instructions to a witness to make sure the witness stays focused on the question, just gives the answer, and does not provide any unnecessary narrative. Ms. Hoffinger, have you had a chance to speak to your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's get to the witness, please. Witness entering, and she comes back in. Good afternoon, Ms. Daniels.
Good afternoon.
I remind you, you're still under oath. Let's get the jury, please. Jury entering. You may be seated. Do you, the parties, stipulate that all jurors are present and properly seated?
Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, jurors. I apologize for keeping you waiting. We'll get it started now. Ms. Hoffinger.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Daniels.
Good afternoon.
When we left off, we were discussing some of the delays in payment and in dealing with Michael Cohen and Mr. Trump. Let's put up what's in evidence, please, as People's Exhibit 282. And can we start from the email at the bottom, please? Just blow that up. Can you see who this is an email from and who this is to, Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Can you read the email for us?
Yes. From Keith Davidson to Michael Cohen. Michael had been charged by my client with forwarding the below message. We have written a settlement agreement which calls for settlement payment to be sent by the end of business this past Friday, October 14, 2016. No payment was received. We spoke on Friday, October 14th, and you stated the funds will be wired today, October 17, 2016. No funds have been received as the sending of this email. My client informs me she intends to cancel the settlement contract. No funds are received by 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time today. Please call me if you have any questions, Keith. And then his number.
And can you just read the top email, please? If you can blow up the top email.
To Michael Cohen from Keith Davidson. Please be advised that my client deems her settlement agreement canceled and void. I have no idea what that is.
Ab initio?
Initio.
Initio, okay.
Ab initio. Please further be advised that I no longer represent her in this or any matter.
Did you authorize the cancellation of this deal at this point?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because the funds hadn't been sent.
Now, during the time that the deal was being delayed and when you canceled this and your lawyer on your behalf canceled it, did you speak to a news outlet?
Yes.
Was it Slate?
Yes.
And was Slate going to pay you for that?
No.
Now, at some point, did the deal with Donald Trump and this NDA get revived?
Yes.
Let's put up, please, for everyone, People's Exhibit 276 in evidence. On or around October 28th of 2016, were you given another NDA or settlement agreement and side letter agreement to sign?
Yes.
And is this it?
Yes.
And were the terms in this agreement on October 28th essentially the same terms as the earlier agreement that you had signed on October 10th of 2016?
Yes, just with different dates.
And so did this deal include, again, $1 million breach of liquidated damages clause?
Yes.
And did you sign this agreement?
Yes.
Okay, let's just take a look at page 14 of the agreement, page 15 of the PDF. And can we blow up the signature bottom right, please? Thank you. Is that your signature?
Yes.
Above PP?
Yes, it is.
And what did you sign it as? What name did you sign?
Stephanie Clifford.
And can we just zoom out for a second and look bottom left as well to the initials PP displayed? Did you sign your initials there?
Yes.
What initials did you put in over PP?
SD.
And is that stands for what?
I think that's what it is. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay, is that for Stormy Daniels?
She put in over PPSTD.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Stands for Stormy Daniels. Oh,
And yeah, I said, uh-huh.
uh-huh. Oh. And did you sign each of the pages of this agreement that way over the initials of yours?
Yes.
Hey, can you take a look at page 17 of the PDF, please? Do you recognize this side letter agreement?
Yes.
And can you please highlight or blow up the signature bottom right, please? Or then did you sign it there?
I did.
What did you sign it as?
Stephanie Clifford.
And can we zoom out for a second? Is that page 17 of the PDF? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Do you recognize the side letter agreement here?
Yes.
Okay. And it was written in for Peggy Peterson in the blanks.
Stephanie Gregory Clifford. What?
Gregory?
Who's Greg?
I have no idea who Greg is. That's weird.
And for David Dennison in the third paragraph, can you blow that up?
It says Donald Trump.
Is that your understanding that that's who you were signing this agreement with?
Yes.
Can you just blow up the signature at the end of this side letter agreement, please? And did you sign the signed letter agreement?
Yes.
And did you sign your name above Peggy Peterson, aka Stephanie Gregory Clifford, aka Stormy Daniels?
Yes.
And what did you sign your name as?
Stephanie Clifford.
And if we could just scroll over to the date. On what date did you sign that?
October 28th.
2016?
2016, right.
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. Now, at some point after you signed this, did your attorney Keith Davidson receive the $130,000?
Yes.
And from that $130,000, did Keith Davidson and Gina Rodriguez take fees for the deal?
Yes.
And after they took their fees, did you end up with approximately $96,000?
Holy fuck, she got shanghaied on that.
yeah, seriously.
A 34G haircut for negotiating that? Jeez.
Wow.
Stormy, you got fucked, girl.
That's
Holy
better
shit.
condition than realtors make.
Seriously.
Yeah. Ooh.
Wow.
I would
I'd
like
have
to
done it
direct
for
your...
15.
Hey, steal.
Sorry. Approximately, yes.
I would like to direct your attention now to November 4th, 2016. Let's show people's 180 in evidence, please. Do you recognize this article that came out in the Wall Street Journal concerning the National Enquirer and Karen McDougal?
Yes.
Now, shortly before this article came out, did the Wall Street Journal reporters reach out to you for comment?
Yes.
And did you respond to their request for comment?
No.
Can we please show page 4 of this exhibit, please? I think it's paragraph 4. Can you read that?
An ABC spokesperson declined to comment on Miss McDougal or Miss Clifford.
Actually, I think it's a different line. Maybe we could blow it up. One
Oh.
moment. One moment. Do you see the last two sentences? The last sentence?
Yes.
All right. Do you see what it says? Miss Clifford cut off contact with the network without telling her story. She didn't respond to requests for comment.
Correct.
Did that confirm the fact that you declined for comment?
Yes.
And why didn't you comment for this article?
Because I had an NDA.
And you were respecting the terms of that NDA.
Yes.
And was Mr. Trump elected president approximately 4 days after this article came out on November 8th, 2016?
Yes, he was.
You can take that down. Thank you. So let me ask you in 2017 briefly, what was your life like in 2016-17?
Probably my best year ever. I was writing and directing very successful films, only the best films, the greatest films. I wrote and directed one of the most expensive adult movies ever.
Pull her in, rein her in.
And successful adult movies ever made, especially by the company that I worked for. I finally won my Best Director award. I was the next Michael Bay. My horse that I purchased, the horse that I purchased in Ireland, was ranked 8th in the country. It was a dream of mine. My daughter was a straight A student. I owned a house in Tejas with really wonderful friends. My neighbors in my neighborhood, they had no idea that they lived next door to Stormy Daniels. They just knew that I was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. We need to know more.
They just knew that they lived next to, I won't say my daughter's name's mom. And it was really good, actually.
And you continue to abide by the non-disclosure agreement.
Of course, yes.
And you did not say anything publicly about Mr. Trump during that time, right?
Right, or privately.
Let me direct your attention now to January 10th of 2018. Did you come to learn that the Wall Street Journal was planning to write an article now about your experience with Mr. Trump and the $130,000 payment?
Yes.
And did the Wall Street Journal reach out to you for comment?
Yes.
And did you comment?
No.
Why not?
Because I was under the NDA. I was expecting that and didn't want to comment.
Let me show you now what's in evidence as People's 277. If you can put that up for everybody, please. If you can blow it up just a little bit more, thank you. Do you recognize that, Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a statement that was sent to me for Keith Davidson.
And Keith Davidson being your lawyer at that time.
Yes.
And did you sign this statement?
Yes.
Did you initially want to sign this?
No.
Were you happy just to stay quiet and not say anything?
Objection to leading.
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Why did you not want to sign it originally?
Because it's...
Wait a minute. How did she get to... She gets to go...
statement. This is a statement that was written up where she denies ever having a sexual encounter with Donald Trump.
Thanks.
She signs 2 of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not true. Sorry.
Mhm.
Because I was told saying anything at all. Anything was a violation of the NDA.
Okay, without disclosing the substance of your conversations with your attorney, Keith Davidson, as a result of his advice, did you agree and sign this, in fact?
Yes.
Did you said it was not entirely truthful, is that right?
Correct.
Now, would you say that it was cleverly misleading?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It was not true in several details, is that right?
Correct.
And in some details, technically?
Objection, Your Honor.
I didn't hear the question. I zoned out.
Was it in some details technically true?
Yes.
Did you know at the time that Keith Davidson would be getting this statement of yours to Michael Cohen?
Yes.
Did you know that Michael Cohen would then be sending it to the Wall Street Journal?
Not specifically.
Okay, did you later learn that when the Wall Street Journal article came out?
Yes.
What, very briefly, happened? What happened to your life when this Wall Street Journal article came out in January of 20? I'm sorry, withdrawn. Let's put up People's 181 in evidence, just to be clear what we're talking about. Can you scroll up to the date of this article at the top? When this article came out in January, early January 12th of 2018, did it have an impact on your life?
Yes.
Briefly, what kind of impact did it have?
Chaos.
Not sure whose laughter that was.
It suddenly, I was front and foremost everywhere. People on the front lawn, my husband asking questions.
He's asking questions.
I'm betting, well, he didn't have questions from before.
2 hours in his car.
And it blew my cover.
It blew my cover.
I'm
She was
sure
a
I'm
secret
sure the
agent.
boys your daughter went to school with knew who you were. I guess, but for lack of a better explain to everyone that I rode horses with. Then some guy named Bosch came knocking at my door and asked if we could hang out.
Oh no!
Mhm.
Everyone in my neighborhood, everyone my daughter's friends, we were ostracized from play groups, from the riding stable. Sorry, sir, we can't leave you alone with the horses. From horse shows, her dad lost his gig and his band.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'm going to stop you. Thank you. Let me ask, after the Wall Street Journal article came out, did In Touch publish that article from back in 2011?
Yes.
That you had given a short interview?
Yes.
And did you want that article out at that point?
No.
And that article, when you first gave the interview, were you supposed to have been paid for it?
Yes.
And did you get paid in 2018 when they released it?
No.
After this article came out.
Did she get paid in 2011 or no?
I don't know.
They
Wasn't
paid
that
her
the 15,000?
Yeah, that's what I thought. She got 15 G's. Like,
Yeah.
For it not being published.
Yeah. Oh well, I don't know. Okay.
After this article came out, the In Touch article came out, did Michael Cohen request of your attorney that you go on the Hannity show on Fox? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And were you requested to go on Fox and to deny any interactions you had with Mr. Trump?
They asked me if I'd be willing. Yes, and not to be fair. Yes, going on Hannity's show would be a brutal punishment. So I feel for her in that regard.
And did you agree to do that?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't want to.
Let me direct your attention now to January 30th of 2018. Were you scheduled on that day? You can take that down. Thank you. Were you scheduled on that day to go on the Jimmy Kimmel Show?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Gina set it up.
And what was the plan for what
Why do you
were
think
going...
that happened now? Why do you think that's
Yeah.
happening
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, Jimmy
Right.
Kimmel's like, hey, I want to talk to this lady in
Mhm.
Texas who rides horses and seems to
Yeah,
be
but
non-assuming.
everyone thinks is a mom.
Random
Yeah.
Texas woman, come on up.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
And what was the plan for what you were going to discuss or not discuss on that show?
It was not to discuss the relationship or the NDA or anything like that.
I was supposed to talk about my horses. He
Yeah,
really
we just
wants
want to talk about
he's
horses and
he's a big
porn.
horse fan.
Yeah, because
The best
everybody
year of
then would
my
know
life.
who I was.
Oh god.
It was a show that it was to give an example of how I could go on and do promotions and things, but not break the NDA. Well, why are you important? I can't tell you why.
It's a secret.
Yeah.
And what happened shortly before you went on the show?
Gina came to my room with some dresses. They were for me to try on to wear on the show, on loan from designers or whatever. And she came with it was herself, some people I didn't recognize, and Keith Davidson.
And let's put up Please People's 278 in evidence. Thank you. Maybe just blow it up a little bit. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this? What do you recognize it to be?
This is a statement handed to me in my hotel room when I was in town to do the Jimmy Kimmel Show by Keith Davidson.
And did you initially say no to signing this?
Yes.
Without disclosing the substance of your conversations with your attorney, Keith Davidson, as a result of his advice, did you sign it?
Yes.
How did you sign it? Did you sign it in a particular way?
I signed it Stormy Daniels, but I signed it not how my Stormy Daniels signature looks any other time that I've ever written it.
Why did you do that?
As a tip-off to Jimmy Kimmel.
What kind of tip-off?
That I didn't sign it, that I didn't sign it willingly. It doesn't matter. She's adopting that signature, so.
Is that because you were upset about signing it?
Yes.
And is this statement false?
Well, a lot of her statements are false, but yes.
Yeah.
This is the second time she denied.
Yeah.
You can take that down. Thank you. Now, did there come a time in February of 2018 that you became aware of Michael Cohen making certain public statements about his paying you? And
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
what, if anything, did you become aware of in February of 2018 in terms of public statements made by Michael Cohen about these issues?
The articles and the quotes of journalists started to have more details that they wouldn't have gotten unless they got it directly from somebody. And then I found out that Michael Cohen was...
Objection.
I found out he was shopping a book.
Objection to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you believe that some of what Michael Cohen was saying publicly was not truthful?
I'm not sure.
Well,
What?
did you believe that Michael Cohen was making certain assertions about what did or didn't happen between yourself and Mr. Trump? Was he denying that you had an encounter with Mr. Trump?
No, he was saying I did, and he was the fixer.
Okay. He was making certain public statements that upset you. Is that right?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Because yes.
You gonna
And then
comment?
did you say why it was upsetting you yet?
Oh no, not yet. Did you have something to say, or should I?
No,
continue?
you said, and why was it upsetting to you?
Yeah.
Did
And why
you
was
have
it upsetting to you?
Because he could talk about it and I couldn't.
Around this time, around February of 2018, did Michael Cohen try to prevent you from coming out and telling the truth about what occurred?
I'm not sure if it was Michael Cohen.
Okay. Did Michael Cohen file or have lawyers file a temporary restraining order against you in about February of 2018?
Yes.
And can you just explain what your understanding was of that temporary restraining order?
It was to keep me from speaking, or that I would be held accountable for the $1 million that was mentioned in the NDA.
Or
per episode.
And following around that time, after you were served, around the time you were served with the temporary restraining order, did you hire another lawyer at that time?
Yes.
And who did you hire?
Michael Avenatti.
And did you hire him to try to get out of the NDA at that point?
Yes.
Why did you want to get out of the NDA at that point?
So I could stand up for myself.
Yeah. Now, in about early March of 2018, did Mr. Avenatti file a lawsuit in California against Donald Trump and Michael Cohen's company, Essential Consultants, to try to get you out of the NDA?
Yes.
after your lawyer, Michael Avenatti, filed that lawsuit to get you out of the NDA, did you also go on 60 Minutes to speak to Anderson Cooper?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
To get my story out.
And you did that even though there was a risk that you could be held responsible for breach of the NDA.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that by fall of 2018, Mr. Trump and Michael Cohen agreed not to enforce that NDA that you had signed?
Yes.
And so was it your understanding that you were then legally free from the NDA so that you could speak publicly and freely about
Yes.
who occurred? Who occurred?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that the court in California actually found that you were the prevailing party in that suit to free you from the NDA and therefore awarded you legal fees?
Yes.
And were those legal fees, did they total approximately a little under $100,000?
Yes, just under 100 grand.
And after you were free from that NDA as a result of what we just discussed, did you publish a book?
Yes.
What was the name of that book?
Full disclosure.
And what is that book about?
It's mostly about my life. It starts when I'm 2 years old, actually all the way up until I think it ends in June of 2018.
Oh my God, from 2 years old.
Yeah, seriously, we need to know.
It's original.
And did you include in the book some descriptions of what happened with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
Did you include in that book every detail of what occurred in the room with Mr. Trump in his hotel, Harris?
Not every detail, no.
Does the book also include some difficult experiences that you had as a child?
Yes.
And did you disclose in the book for the first time publicly some of those details of what happened to you as a child?
Yes.
Was the book edited to some degree?
Yes.
Who edited it?
2 people. The person who helped me write it and edit it for spelling and grammar. And fact checking was Kevin O'Leary, who was hired by the publisher. He mostly transcribed everything I wrote and did some editing. And then I found out later Michael Avenatti did some editing as well.
And did you earn some money from the publishing of that book?
Yes.
And that was your hard work in writing that book on...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was it your work on that book that you were paid for?
Yes.
And aside from making money and publishing that book, were there other reasons as well that you wrote that book?
Yes.
And what were those reasons generally?
So that my daughter would have an account from her mom's own words of what I had been through and...
From the various aspects of your life, right?
And the reasons why I did the things that I did.
Now, did there come a time in April of 2018 that your then lawyer, Michael Avenatti, also filed a defamation case on your behalf against Donald Trump?
Yes.
Did you want him to do that?
No.
Why did you not want him to do that?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
It just seemed really, really risky. And it did seem like it was something that could be won. It seemed like a bad choice. Not worth it, I guess.
Was the basis of that defamation claim about what happened
Yeah.
in a parking lot? Before you answer, just wait a minute. Was the basis of that defamation claim withdrawn? In April of 2018, did Mr. Avenatti release a sketch of the man who you believed you had that encounter with in 2011?
Yes.
And in response to that sketch, did Mr. Trump tweet that the sketch was essentially a con job?
Yes.
And to your understanding, was that defamation case filed based only on that tweet about whether the sketch was a con job?
Yes, it was about the tweet.
Did the defamation claim have anything to do with whether or not you were paid for the NDA before the election?
No.
Did the claim of defamation have anything to do with whether or not you had a sexual encounter with Mr. Trump or any other interactions with him?
No.
Was it your understanding about whether the court in that case made any finding with respect to your credibility whatsoever?
There were none.
Is it your understanding that the court determined in that case that Mr. Trump was free to tweet con job because it was the court that called rhetorical hyperbole?
Yeah, correct.
And is that the reason for something like just an exaggeration?
Yes.
And as a result of that, the court's finding was that Mr. Trump was entitled to make that tweet. Did the courts in California award Mr. Trump some legal fees?
Yes.
Just as they had awarded you legal fees earlier.
Objection to the leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is Michael Avenatti still your lawyer?
No.
Why is he not? Why is he not still your lawyer?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Because I fired him. And then later he was found guilty of stealing not just from myself, but from several clients. He was disbarred and is in prison.
Was
I
he found
can't believe
guilty?
that's in there. I can't believe
Right?
she was able to say that.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Oh,
Was he found guilty in the criminal case in which you testified?
what's that?
Was he found guilty in the criminal case in which you testified?
Yes. Right, you're asking
were
a real
you-
question.
And were you cross-examined in that case?
Yes.
And the result was that he was found guilty.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike that.
The answer stricken.
Have you, as a result of the court in the defamation case awarding Donald Trump some legal fees, and you're being awarded some legal fees in the NDA case, were some of those offset against each other so that you actually paid off some of those legal fees that the court said that you owed Mr. Trump?
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
Yes.
And have you paid yet all of the legal fees that the court said that you owe Mr. Trump as a result of the defamation case?
No.
Why not?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Why haven't you paid those yet?
Because I don't have the means to pay that kind of funds. Because I just didn't think it was fair.
Now, in July of 2023, did Mr. Trump file a proceeding in Florida to recover those additional legal fees?
Yes.
And do you have a lawyer assisting you with those proceedings?
Yes.
And is one of those lawyers here in court with you today?
Yes.
Oh, no. What is your understanding about whether the outcome of this case will have anything to do with the outcome of that proceeding about the legal fees?
It won't.
So is there any relation whatsoever to your understanding?
No.
Let me direct your attention now to February of 2021. Did you agree and go on and participate in Michael Cohen's podcast at that time?
Yes.
Why did you agree to do that?
Because I wanted him to apologize to me.
And did he apologize to you on that podcast?
Oh my God.
This is weird that's actually happened. I didn't know about this part.
Seriously.
He did.
Was that the first time you had ever spoken to him?
Yes.
And generally on that podcast, did you discuss a variety of things,
Yes.
including your encounters with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
And did you agree to go on another podcast of Mr. Cohen's in January of 2022?
Yes.
And generally, why did you go on again?
Because we had a good rapport, and this time around, he wanted to ask specifics about as the Michael Avenatti case.
And is that generally mostly what you discussed on that?
On the second podcast, yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were featured in a documentary. Is that right?
Correct.
And what was it called?
Stormy.
And what was it about generally?
The same as the book. It was generally about my life, focusing more on the 2 years of 2018 and 19.
Did it also include information about your experiences with Mr. Trump?
Yes.
And were you paid to appear or participate in the documentary?
No.
While not paid to appear or participate in it, did the production company agree to pay you $125,000 for the licensing rights to your materials and your book?
Yes.
And how much of that have you been paid so far?
100,000.
And is that the sum total of money that you had received or will receive from that documentary?
Yes.
Now, in addition to the money that you received in connection with that documentary, that, meaning the licensing rights, was there another reason that you agreed to do the documentary?
Yes.
What was that generally?
To get the truth out. The same as the book, to have an updated account.
Did you first start on that documentary some years ago?
Yes, in 2018.
And was that well before we gave you a subpoena to testify in this case?
Yes.
And can we please put up people's 408A in evidence?
Which is like the entire movie, Stormy.
Oh, God. First, I'm going to ask you, on March 15th, 2023, did you participate in an interview by Zoom with members of our office?
Yes.
And we are showing you now what's in evidence.
Like, can you really do all those things we saw on camera?
People's Exhibit 408A. What is the date of this? Well, first of all, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Do you recognize @Real Donald Trump to be Mr. Trump's Truth Social account?
Yes.
And did you recognize that to be his Truth Social account at the time, which is March 2023?
Yes.
And what's the date on this Truth Social post?
March 15th, 2023.
And were you aware of this post when it came out, when Mr. Trump released it?
The next morning, yes.
Can you read it for us, please? Maybe you might want to make it a little bit bigger if it's possible.
That's what
I
she
can
said.
see it. I'm good. Although, didn't she say, like, at one point she claimed, like, Trump was, like, Don Juan, basically? Other thing?
I don't remember that. But...
Okay.
I could see it. I'm good. I did nothing wrong in the horse face case. I see she showed up in New York today trying to drum up some publicity for herself. I haven't seen her spoken to her since I took a picture with her on the golf course in full golf gear, including a hat close to 18 years ago. She knows nothing about me other than her con man lawyer, Michael Avenatti, convicted liar and felon jailbird Michael Cohen may have schemed up. Never had an affair with her. Never, just another false accusation by a sleazebag. That's a typo, I guess. By sleazebag, period. Witch hunt, exclamation point.
Who did you understand Mr. Trump to be referring to as horseface and sleazebag in this post?
Oh, she actually meant to say me.
Had he called you horseface publicly before?
Yes.
Is my pet name. And has he also
and
called
privately
you
too.
Maybe we're a feed bag when we had sex.
And has he also called you sleazebag publicly before?
Yes.
Has he called you sleazebag since this post?
Joe, you need to.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is Mr. Trump's statement in this Truth Social post that he hasn't seen or spoken to you since he took a picture with you on the golf course, is that true or false?
False.
Why is it false?
Because I met him numerous times after that and spoke to him on the phone countless times.
So, in other words, the times that you described here. In his hotel room the next day
Which
at
they
Trump
should have
Tower.
said you need to give a verbal.
Fail. The next day at Trump Tower, at the Ladue in LA. And this is the LA.
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sustained. And we got a new court reporter. All right.
And another one.
This one hopefully won't allow
Another
shaking
one.
of head.
You're on.
Munkin Train is asking why the Avenatti testimony wasn't allowed. I'm not sure. I mean, it's not really relevant. That could be a reason. Probably relevant.
But I think they're trying to bring it up to show, like, give her sympathy. Like, look, she got ripped off by Michael Avenatti because that's why Michael Avenatti went down, is he stole everybody's money.
But sympathy is not relevant to like.
No, I know,
yet.
but they're drumming it up though.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, everybody was screwing Stormy over.
Yeah, that poor. She's such a victim. She's such a victim.
Seriously, though, $34,000 for that damn user fees. God, she got ripped off.
All right, so Ms. Hoppinger, so is this
Oh, Linda
Honor.
keeps asking, why do I keep screaming? I don't know, Linda. I just like to yell. This is what I do. I just yell at people.
All right, Ms. Hoppinger.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Sure.
I just want to be inordinately careful. I'm about to ask what the effect, if any, it had on her. You previously ruled we are allowed to elicit information from subjects from these truths or tweets.
What's the answer you expect?
It was frightening for her. She didn't feel good about it, and I'm sure it had a chilling effect.
Is that it? Or is she going to talk about threats made to her or things like that?
I'll ask generally what effect it had on her seeing this.
Judge, we can't unring the bell if she comes out and says that.
I agree. I think, given the discussion we had earlier, I think it's best to stay away from that.
Will do. That's why I asked to approach.
Well, you're such a good girl.
No.
That's for Hoppinger.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Thank you. You're a witness.
Thank you.
You may inquire. Now,
thank you, Your Honor.
My question is, I mean, we're now at 3 hours here, and I don't know if the players here are tired or where you at?
Getting warmed up.
Come on.
Let me see how many. I know we got to your part here.
I'm ready for the girl on girl.
I could use a brief recess, like a 2-minute one. I'll be right back.
You are getting like a lengthy recess probably here, because most of this is very little is going to be Hoppinger at this point. Okay. I think. I'm just curious how much. I want to see how much.
Yeah, how many pages is it?
Are the NDA and stuff in here? Because I kind of want to read all that.
The NDA is attached as an exhibit.
It is? Okay, cool.
This goes on until 2779, and we're at 27. We're at 27. 15. It's not that. Maybe it's not that long. This is still direct. All right.
We still have people watching this.
Believe it or not. All right, it's not crazy. It's not crazy long. So maybe we'll
power through.
We'll power through the cross.
It should be faster because it's cross, so it's gonna be a lot like
boom. All right.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Miss Daniels. My name is Susan Netchels. You and I have never spoken before, right?
Correct.
I got to turn you down a little bit because you're a little loud. So
okay.
Let's see if I can adjust.
And I represent President Trump. So even though we've never spoken, oops, sorry, my screen just went crazy. You've met with the prosecutors on a number of occasions, right?
Correct.
And you rehearsed your testimony here, right?
No.
According to you, the prosecutor subjected you to several grueling, prep sessions, which included cross-examination, correct?
Yes.
Brutal cross-examination. You're scrolling up too high for me. Sorry.
My apologies. It's on me.
And you'd say that's not rehearsing your testimony.
It's not rehearsing my testimony.
But you pretended to being cross-examined, right?
My testimony was not rehearsed.
That was not my question. Do you want me to repeat my question?
Yes, please.
Okay. You pretended to be cross-examined, didn't you?
No.
Well, when you said that just now, you agreed that you were subjected to grueling prep sessions, which included brutal mock cross-examination. Mock cross-examination means that they had someone who pretended to be cross-examining you, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. You can answer.
There were a lot of parts. Which part would you like me to answer first?
Okay. Is it correct that you had mock cross-examinations done?
I was asked a lot of questions as they would perhaps be asked by the court.
But you said on previous occasions, you had mock cross-examinations done to you.
I used the wrong word. Mock is not the correct term now that I'm in court.
So when you said that before, you were not being truthful?
I was incorrect. I didn't know what true court would be like.
But they asked you questions. But they asked you questions as if being cross-examined, right?
Not exactly, no.
Okay.
I keep losing this screen here.
Line 15.
Yeah. Line. And it was, you said brutal.
But they asked you questions as if you were being cross-examined, right? And you said brutal sessions, right? Grueling sessions, right?
True.
And they were pushing you, right?
The memories were hard to bring up. Yes, they were painful.
And they wanted to make sure that when you came into court, you were able to present a good appearance, right?
That I wouldn't be too upset.
And that you'd be ready for cross-examine, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So when you said mock cross-examinations, it wasn't to get you ready for cross-exam.
Windows sign, buffering.
Right. Is that what you're saying?
It was to have all of the facts they wanted to ask, to have as much information as possible.
And the prosecutors began your direct testimony today by asking you why you started acting in pornography, right? Do you remember that happening this morning?
They asked me why?
Yes.
I don't think they asked me why.
Well, do you recall testifying that you started acting in pornography because you wanted to make more money, right?
Correct.
And it's that simple. You wanted more money, right?
Don't we all want to make more money in our jobs?
And that's why you started acting in pornography, right?
To get a pay increase for my dancing? Yeah.
That motivates you a lot in life, making more money, right?
Well, it is the United. It is the United. That's what we do here.
I love the shrug. Shrug is my favorite part.
Am I correct that you hate President Trump?
Yes.
And you want him to go to jail, don't you?
I want him to be held accountable.
Sorry.
Okay, wait a sec. Now you went too far.
Line 5. You want him to go to jail?
You want him to go to jail. Am I correct?
If he is found guilty, absolutely.
And you tweeted in the past that I won't walk. I'll dance down the street when he's selected to go to jail, correct?
Can you show me that's exactly what I said? That's not.
Can we please pull up a J2 right now, only for the witness and the parties, please? Is that your tweet? Did you just laugh?
Selected is in quotes because I'm quoting something that someone else said. Because I knew that you don't get selected to go to jail.
You just laughed about that, right?
You muted yourself.
Objection.
All right.
It is a typo.
Overruled.
That's why it's funny. You don't get selected to go to jail.
It's not because you think that it's all funny.
No, absolutely not.
When you say so, and that in fact is what you tweeted, right?
Yes, I'm quoting another tweet.
You're quoting the word selected, right?
Correct.
And everything else is your words, right?
Correct.
Your words. I won't walk. I'll dance down the street when he's, quote, selected, and, quote, to go to jail.
Correct.
And part of the reason you hate him is because he won a legal case against you, and you owe him today over $500,000, right?
He didn't win the case. Big cope. He won the attorney's fees because I was not allowed to go to trial. Court. Sorry.
You're suing him for defamation, right?
Yes.
But your lawsuit was dismissed by the court, federal court in California, right?
Right. So it was not lost. It was dismissed.
Oh, God.
This is why Karen McDougal wasn't called.
It was dismissed. That means he won the case, right?
He was prevailed, but I was not found of lost.
So the prevailing part is the winning, right?
Right.
So you agree with me, he won the case and he was awarded over $500,000 in legal fees, right?
That's a lot for a case that gets dismissed. That's a lot.
Well,
I mean, I know his attorneys are pricey, I'm sure, but $500,000 for a case that was in legal fees. For a case that's dismissed like pre-trial, that's a lot.
Well, when you have 85 attorneys and 100 paralegals working,
I guess.
In fact,
person, though. But yes, correct.
In fact, there were 3 awards for legal fees on his part, right?
Correct.
First, on December 11th, 2018, you were ordered to pay $293,052.33, correct?
I'm not sure the exact dates.
Can I show you what's being marked Exhibit J4?
Okay.
If you look on the top, you see...
I see it.
You can recognize that to be the order, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I just wasn't sure the exact date.
I offer that into evidence.
Objection.
Sustained.
That was from October 15th, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you see the date on it.
It says December.
I'm sorry, J4, correct. Occurred on December 11th, correct?
Correct.
And then you appealed that order and lost, right?
Correct.
And then you had to pay attorney's fees for the appeal, right?
Correct.
Oh my gosh, this is right.
So that's why they get $500,000. Because she appeals and then they have to fight the appeal. Okay.
She doubled down.
And that occurred on March 30th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the date.
Okay, can we show you what's been marked as defendants J5? That was March 30th, 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And on that date, you were ordered to pay an additional $245,209.67 to Trump, President Trump, right?
Sorry. It says it's not on this page.
Can you turn to the last paragraph for the witness, please, on page 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Yet you appealed again, right?
Tripling down. Brilliant strategy.
And you lost that again, right?
Correct.
And you were ordered on April 4th, 2023 to pay an additional $121,972,000, 56 correct?
Same. What the fucking answer is that?
Can you please?
What the heck kind of answer is that?
Sure. Can you show the witness the part? Can you show the witness the parties what has been marked in Defense Exhibit J6? Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
That was April 4th, 2023.
Correct.
So in total, because of your frivolous litigation against President Trump...
Objection.
Sustained.
Because of your cases that you brought that were dismissed against President Trump, courts have awarded President Trump over $660,000 in attorney's fees, correct?
Roughly, yes.
And then you testified that was set aside offset by $100,000 in attorney's fees.
Yes.
In a different case? So the total amount in attorney's fees alone was approximately $560,000 that you owe President Trump, right?
About.
And that's before interest, right?
I would assume yes.
And California, has 10% annual interest on this, right?
I did not know.
And some of these have been pending since 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on direct, you were asked, as a result of the offset, you have paid some of the legal fees, right?
Correct.
But you didn't pay anything out of pocket. Sorry, Joe, I'm scrolled up. Out of your pocket, did you?
Windows loading.
You didn't take any money out of your pocket and pay it to Donald Trump, did you?
Object to defense counsel's voice.
What?
I think she's tone, or I think she's trying to mean argumentative.
My husband used to say that too.
I would object. I would say that's not a valid objection.
Yeah.
Use your words.
Sustain, please allow her to answer.
Sorry, can I hear the question again?
Sure. You didn't take any money out of your pocket and pay President Trump, did you?
No.
In fact, you've not taken one penny out of your pocket to pay these awards, right?
Right.
And you said on direct it's because you can't afford it, right?
Right.
But you have the money, right?
We all have money.
It's because you're choosing not to pay him one penny, President Trump, right?
We all have. I don't understand the question.
Well, you've chosen to disobey the court order, right?
I have chosen not to make a payment while it's still pending. Yes.
You've announced publicly you will never pay President Trump the money that you owe him, right?
Right.
In fact, the day after the Federal Court of Appeals ordered you to pay President Trump $245,000, you tweeted, "I will go to jail before I pay a penny," correct?
Correct.
And I show you what you had marked as Exhibit J7. Oops, sorry, going a little fast there. We can just show that to the witness, the parties in the court. You recognize this as your tweet?
Yep.
I offer that into evidence.
Objection.
Sustained.
Prior evidence applies.
Approach.
She's admitted each of these.
She admitted it.
It's not coming in as a prior inconsistent statement alone. It's not coming in as that. It's prior evidence of bias, which is admissible to show bias and motive.
Now, the issue that's being discussed here is it's hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement that Stormy Daniels made that's being admitted for the purposes of showing proving the proof thereof. So she's admitted. So what Hoffinger is saying is you can't say it's here that we're bringing this in to refute what she's just saying. Because she admits it already. Yeah. So now it's still hearsay, and if it's still hearsay, you can't have it admitted. So what Neschlis is saying back is it's coming in to prove her bias. So there you go. Anyway, back to Ms. Hoffinger.
You've excluded any exhibits to be admitted by them on cross.
No.
That's not correct. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Accepted into evidence.
We can show that. Is that your Twitter handle?
Yes.
At Stormy Daniels?
Yes.
And that was your tweet on March 21st, 2022, right?
Correct.
And that was right when the Court of Appeals had ordered you to pay money, right?
Roughly, yes.
And that was you saying, I don't care about a federal court order, right?
That is me saying I will not pay for telling the truth.
Well, it was a federal court order. You understood, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
That's not what I was responding to.
Well?
My motivation was because I was telling the truth.
Ms. Dandles, you understand there's no question standing here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're correct. Can you ask the witness to respond?
Sure. Please wait until there's a question, then you can answer the question.
Okay.
But you don't care about the court order, do you?
Of course I care.
So even though there's 3 court orders ordering you to pay President Trump, you're not going to do that, right?
I don't know.
Well, isn't it correct? Let me show you what has been marked as J1 for the witness and the parties. Do you recognize that?
Yep.
As a tweet by you?
Yep.
I offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Accepted into evidence.
We can show it to everybody. Again, that's you, your tweet, right?
Correct.
And it's you again saying, I don't owe him shit, and I'll never give that orange turd a dime, right? Sorry.
Correct.
And that's you calling President Trump names, right?
In retaliation for what he said to me, yes.
And that's you making fun of how he looks, right?
Correct.
And so when you were asked on direct examination if he called you horseface, you call him names all the time, right?
Yes.
You despise him. You make fun of how he looks, right?
Because he made fun of me first.
So one of you started it, but you both continued it, right?
Correct.
By the way, this is important. It's important to show that he's not just being vindictive, but that she's like, splashing back at him. So,
But in any case, you also vowed that you will never give him a dime, right?
Objection. Asked and answered.
sustained.
To be clear, at the time you made that tweet, there were already 3 federal court orders.
Objection.
Or two.
To pay you, her to pay you money, right?
Sustained.
Now you know that the debtors are required to fill out form under penalty of perjury disclosing their accounts, right?
Yes.
You testified on the record there is a case in Florida against you by Donald Trump trying to collect money, right?
Yes.
And you're required to fill out that form, right?
Yes.
And you've totally refused to fill out that form for ages, correct?
False.
Well, am I correct that you gave an interview with Jeff Toobin where you said you were not going to fill out that form?
It has been filled out to my knowledge. You have to ask my attorney.
Did you understand the question?
She answered the question.
She did.
Did you give an interview with Jeff Toobin where you said you were not going to fill out the form?
I didn't.
Why don't you start again?
Thank you. Do you recall giving an interview to Jeff Toobin where you said you would not fill out that form?
Yes.
And your lawyer was asking you to fill out the form and you said it's fully prepared. I'm fully prepared to go to jail before doing this, right?
Correct. They were asking for questions about my daughter on that form.
Well, the form asked your daughter's name in one place, right?
Yes.
But other than that, the form is entirely about your assets, right?
I don't remember. My attorney sent it to me.
Okay. Well, now you say you filled out the form, right?
Filled out parts of it. My attorney did it for me.
Let me show you what's been marked as J10A, J10A. Do you recognize that as the form?
It was an email from my attorney, so I think so. I'm not sure.
We can turn to the next page, J10B. And if we turn to page 3 of that, you see that's a fact sheet, an information sheet for you.
Yes.
I offer this into evidence.
Objection.
Sustained.
This has my interest.
Well, let me ask you, you only partially filled this form out, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
That's got my address. What's your phone number?
Oh.
We're getting way down the road now in that case. I understand they opened the door on bias concerning the legal fees, and there's been a lot of testimony elicited, but at this point, this is entirely collateral.
I agree. I allowed you to introduce one or two other pieces of evidence that really are collateral. I allowed you to introduce them. I don't see why you need this.
I don't need to put it in. I just want to question her about it. She lied about her assets and is trying to hide her assets.
Okay.
That's all I wanted the document for.
She turned to me. She looked very fearful. And she said, "That's got my address." You asked to approach, and she said, "That's got my address." She's very much afraid of this
Oh my
form.
God.
Ask the questions you want to ask her.
I would block off the address.
I can appreciate that.
We don't need to put that in. I want to ask her about lying about the form.
You can ask her, sure.
Ms. Daniels, if you could turn your attention, if we can show for the witness and...
Can you just, I need you all to just give me a moment here, okay?
Mhm.
Thanks.
I keep getting distracted looking at chat, and then it's like, oh, shoot.
I know,
That's
I
my
know.
cue.
Well, anyways, chat, how are you guys
Sorry.
doing? Are you guys liking this so far? This
They've
dramatic
been-
reading.
They've been really
Tuesday
enjoying
says
it,
I
it
should have worn a
seems.
blonde wig. Well, that troon over in Ukraine has all the blonde wigs, so we can't do anything about that.
At 4 in the morning, how many people are still watching this?
I don't know. Let's see. Somebody was asking, am I doing Chris Farley with the correct thing? Yes. Somebody's in
Correct.
Billy Madison answering questions. He's like, that is correct.
1168 are still watching on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Jim's saying I need to be more sultry. She's not sultry now. She's going to be angry. She's going to be very aggro.
Yeah.
Yes. She's like, yes. She's not going to be like, yeah.
She's going to get snarky.
Mm-hmm. She's going to say, well, yeah, I didn't actually fill it out. It's like, my daughter's on here. It's like, okay, don't everybody already know? You said everybody came to your house already.
Right.
So
I'm sure she was very much included with the women down there in Texas and the play groups.
Stephen Emmerich is all the way from South Africa. Nice.
Wow.
Nice. So Angry Valley Girl. Well, I don't think she has that voice pattern, so I don't really know if I can do it. Like, as if.
Thank you, Second Horizon. This is my first time doing something like this on stream, so it's been fun.
Snicker says enjoying this from Japan. Oh, thank you.
Wow.
What's her real name? Stephanie Clifford? Yes. The Gregory thing is weird. That must be her mom's maiden name. Or it's like Barack Obama's mom, where it's like Stanley Ann Dunham. It's like her, Brock's grandpa wanted a boy, so it's like, you're Stanley now. No, really, that's you name your daughter Stanley. There's only so many ways that works.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Oh man, is he going to be doing this every day?
Who, Joe?
Yeah.
Well, no, because we're many days into the trial, but I think he just want to do Stormy Daniels' testimony.
It's too ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you're killing it, by the way.
Thanks. I'm trying. It's 4 a.m. in New Jersey. Yep. It's 4 a.m. in Ohio. And it looks like there's no aurora tonight. So that sucks. We got too many clouds.
So cool. You guys get to see all the cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Has it affected any like electronic equipment that you
Nope.
think is
Nope.
interesting?
No,
really?
I mean,
I thought my phone was being wonky today.
If it got to the point where it was affecting our phones, we would know, because we'd be in the Stone Age pretty quick.
Yeah.
So.
For sure. Got South Carolina, UK, South Africa.
2 mins.
All over the place. Look at you.
Yeah. Yeah. Joe's thumbnail needs to be a little more Mexican TV drama. That would be funny.
Did you guys see he was in Wildwood today with 100,000 people?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Now, if she's really as stupid as she is in Fear, I hope he wins again just so she completely goes off the rails. I wonder
he,
if fleeing
he
is seeking
prevails
asylum
again.
in a foreign country. She's like, he's gonna kill me. And we're like, just have fun. Bye, Stormy.
Or pee-pee.
Yeah. Bye, Peggy.
How's the give, send, go going? Where are we in the number?
Yeah.
Oh, I
I'm
don't
checking
know.
on that here and there. Let's see.
I don't know what it is.
Next time, maybe we should get sponsors. For every page we read, we have to get sponsors, $1 a page,
Archie
$5.
Bunker says, at what point are the lawyers incompetent, losing 3 times? But no, the point is the case was that bad that doesn't matter who you had on it. The case was a loser. So the incompetency issue is like that we could probably try to appeal it again and again and again and again, in my opinion.
Oh, she was probably pressing it, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe. Uh-oh. Oh, Stormy got the Joe.
I'm
There we
back.
go. The give, send, go ended the stream has ended and it's at 51:20, the goal of 5,000. So exceeded the goal
All
for
right.
today. Sweet.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
Nice job out there, everybody.
That's amazing. Apologize for that little delay there.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna plow through the rest of this,
Yes.
Let's go.
just like Stormy would.
I would block off the address.
Which address?
Oh,
Oh
where
yeah,
are we?
the address. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah.
We don't need to put it in. I want to ask her about lying on the.
I can appreciate that.
If you could show for the witness and.
You can ask her, sure. Well,
Miss Dan,
we're back to you now. Miss Daniels, if you could turn your attention.
Yes.
If you could show for the witness and.
Oh, that's where you're at.
The parties only page. Well, just to be clear, this is a fact information sheet having to do with you, correct?
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Take that down, please. You're not offering that into evidence. It's being shown to the parties because she's very much afraid of your client seeing that address. That's what I was communicating.
How he already has it if it's in evidence.
Yeah.
Why don't you just ask her questions about the form?
Attorneys have
I
it.
don't
Don't
understand anything about this. This makes no
I'm
sense.
going to turn to a different page. I want to ask her and wanted to see. She says
She is.
she has no money in her bank account.
Why don't you ask her first?
This is an unsigned form. I don't know what we're asking about. There's no signature on this form. She's not entitled to ask her about a form that's got information that is not signed by anybody.
Has this form been filed?
Her lawyer sent it to the President Trump's lawyer.
It hasn't been filed.
You can look at it.
It got filed with the court?
It doesn't get filed, is my understanding. It's not signed.
Can I see the form?
Yes.
It's entirely unsigned.
This is the entire form?
Yes. At least the entire form I received.
Where is it signed?
It's not signed.
It's not signed. I was going to ask her. She's been delaying. She won't fill out the form for 3 years, 4 years. She just said no. I had it filled out. That was her testimony.
Here's what we can do. You can hand it to her instead of putting it up. You can just ask her questions, and you can redirect and ask her if this form is signed or not.
Her lawyer sent it to President Donald Trump's lawyer. I understand her concerns.
That's why you can question her.
It's a concern. He'll know her address. It was sent to her.
I'm not going to get into this discussion. You can hand this up to the witness. Are you handing that up to the witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing you up what has been marked as defense. Sorry, trying to scroll. What happened here?
25.
And
J10A.
where is that on here? I'm losing. Oh, J10A. Sorry. Okay, that's the document we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the document you said you testified that you'd filled out, right?
Objection. I don't believe that was the testimony.
Sustained.
You said it was no longer true that you were refusing to fill out the form, right?
Yes.
So the form has been partially filled out, right?
Correct.
And if we turn to page 3, Page 3, it asks about your spouse's income, right?
Yes.
And you say that's unknown, right?
Objection. Reading from a document.
I'm sorry.
Objection.
What's the objection?
It's not in evidence.
Sustained.
Well, when you filled out this form, you did not give your spouse's income, right?
I won't fill out information that endangers my family or my daughter, no matter what.
I'm asking about your spouse's income, right?
Right.
And did you not fill out your spouse's income, right?
Right.
It asks what cars you own or are buying, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You also refused to give that information, right?
That's
Oh, actually, that was on there. So, yeah. Oh, wait a second. That was her.
that's
And you said you have no bank accounts, right?
Objection. That was not the testimony.
Why don't you just ask her, does she have bank accounts?
Do you have bank accounts?
yes.
Did you tell that on the form? Tell that on the form that you're required to fill out disclosing that information?
I didn't fill out this form.
You didn't fill it out. You're still refusing to provide that information, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, have you provided the information you're required to under law to provide so that President Trump can collect on the judgments from you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And you refuse to sign the form as well, right?
Objection.
Overruled. You can answer that.
I have not filled out. I have not been given the form to sign. I went to my attorney. He has not returned it to me to sign.
Didn't you testify a few minutes ago that it came to you also in your email?
From my attorney, he has not filled it out.
And now you, in fact, own a home, don't you?
No, I do not.
Well, isn't it a fact that in 2022, you tweeted that you had earned so much money from making pornography that you had just paid for your new ranch home?
I did tweet that, but I didn't own a home, and I do not own a home.
So when you tweeted that, that was false.
We did not end up buying that house.
And am I correct? That's because you didn't have me as a realtor. And am I correct that at that time you said you made $1 million in a book deal and in the surreal life, and you're just doing the same job you've always done and love doing, and that you just paid for your new ranch home?
I would have to see that tweet.
Okay, we'll pull it up. J17.
Let's see if I can actually pull that up. J17.
Isn't that correct? You said you just made $1 million.
I said I haven't made $1 million.
And you said, I just paid. You said, I just paid for my new ranch, right?
Yes.
And that was on December 11th, 2022, right?
Yes.
So that was a lie?
I pay rent at a ranch. I didn't say I purchased it.
I'm sorry. I was trying to find the
Is that what you meant? Oops. You went too high.
Yeah.
Is that what you meant when you tweeted to the world that you just paid for your new ranch, that you were paying rent?
Yes.
With $1 million? Isn't it true that you've been hiding your assets because you don't want to pay the judgment against you?
No.
Didn't you set up a trust in the name of your daughter?
Nope.
And isn't it true that you are hoping that if Donald Trump is convicted, you'll never have to pay him the more than $500,000 you owe him?
I hope I don't have to pay him no matter what happens.
And while you're refusing to pay President Trump the money that you owe him, you've also been making money by claiming that you had sex with President Trump, right?
Are you talking about the book? Yes.
And you've been making money by claiming you had sex with President Trump, Donald Trump, for more than a decade, right?
I have not been paid for interviews in the United States, if that's what you mean.
Well, that was not my question. My question was, you've been making money by claiming to have had sex with President Trump for more than a decade, right?
I have been making money by telling my story about what happened to me. When she says
And
in the United States, that's a very... She says in the United States. So who did she tell outside the United States?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing also.
I was like, did you
Because-
tell intelligence services about this?
Oh, wait, Tracy
Oh, go
asked
ahead.
Joe and Sean, have you seen the compilation of wall tubers reacting to Julie's accidental?
I did.
I didn't see that. I
You know what
haven't
they're talking about?
No, I have no idea what that's. I don't know who Julie is. I don't know what this
Oh,
is.
hold on. I'll load this up for you. We can look at it later, right before.
Oh, okay.
And that story, in essence, is to say that you had sex with President Trump, right?
Yes.
Wait.
Oh, because of the NDA. Yes.
And that story's made you a lot of money, right?
Yes.
No, it's over here.
It also cost me a lot of money. Now, just going back, isn't it a fact that before you started making money off of claiming you had sex, you were denying that you had sex with President Trump?
Because of the NDA. Yes.
The NDA was signed in 2016, right?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that in 2011 you spoke with a prominent lawyer named Gloria Allred about whether you could sue President Trump for money, right?
I don't remember what was talked about in that conversation, but I also told her I had sex with Donald Trump.
You claim you told her you had sex with Donald Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You remember writing a book called Full Disclosure.
Yes.
I show you Exhibit J11. That's just for the witness and the parties in the court, please. You recognize that as the book that you wrote.
Yes.
It's called Full Disclosure, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we could just put that in evidence, just the picture of the cover, not the book.
I'll allow it.
We can show that to everybody. That's the cover of the book you wrote, right?
Yes.
And you stated in that book that Gloria Rodriguez arranged a phone call between you and Gloria Allred to tell your story, right?
Correct.
Who is Gina Rodriguez?
She is a talent manager.
She was someone who helped you on several occasions sell your story, right?
Correct. Yes.
In 2011, she arranged for you to speak with Gloria Allred.
Yes.
Who is Gloria Allred?
She's an attorney.
She's a prominent attorney who has represented lots of women who have made money from men by threatening to sue them, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes. Oh, correct. Yeah. Oh, actually, yes, I turned down her offer. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And then in fact, you told Gloria you had a phone call with Gloria Allred.
Correct.
You described to Gloria Allred your story about President Trump, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you told Gloria Allred that you did not have sex with President Trump, didn't you?
No, I did not say that. I told her that I did.
I want to direct your attention to page 194 of Exhibit J110, which will, show just the parties and the witness. Okay. If we could blow up for the witness where it starts with, I barreled, that paragraph, you see that? You can read it yourself where it starts off with, I barreled. Am I correct that you had a conversation and you said in a prior statement that you gave Gloria Allred an extremely abbreviated version of your interaction, leaving out sex, right?
Yes, during that phone conversation. When I met with her in person later, I told her everything.
All right. I'm talking about what you wrote in the book. This is your book, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is this your book, right?
Yes.
And in your book, you said that you left out sex and everything in the least bit interesting, right?
Yes.
And then Miss Allred asked you, is there anything else, right? Right?
Loading. Yes.
And you said no, right?
Right.
And then she said, well, I can't do anything else for you if that's all there is, right?
Uh-oh. And this is before there's an NDA that she told Gloria Allred that there was no encounter.
Wow.
Correct.
And you say you wrote, I hung up and that was that, right?
Correct. I did not tell her all the sex details. I did not trust her. She wanted me to accuse him of forced, basically rape, and I did not continue that conversation.
None of that is in your book, is it?
No.
Right? You're making this up as you sit here, right?
No.
Well, you wrote a book and you specifically described that encounter, and you didn't say anything like you just said, right?
Which is why I said it's an abbreviated version of my interaction, leaving out the sex part.
Why would you put that part in? Why would you? That no one wants to read about that.
I am pretty sure
Yeah,
that
right.
backs up my story.
That's the only reason people buy it. Yeah. You said it was an abbreviated version of your interaction with Donald Trump, right?
Abbreviated means I left out all of the details, including the sex, because she wanted me to force me into saying things that were not true.
Meaning you didn't tell Gloria Allred anything about sex, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You learned from that, did you not, that a story about President Trump that doesn't include sex will make you money, make you no money, right?
It taught me that I should tell the truth and not trust people that I didn't feel like I could trust, and she was one of them.
In other words, it taught you that if you want to make money off of President Trump, you better talk about sex, right?
No. Although that does seem to be the case.
Uh-oh.
Exactly.
Whoops. This is why Karen McDougal's not there. Because it's like,
oh my gosh. I can't believe she said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the next time you tried to sell your story about President Trump, you did in fact change your story and say you had sex, right?
Oh my God, this is a horrible response from her. I don't know what time you're talking about. I don't know which time I'm lying about.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
I can't keep my story straight. Well, in 2011, you tried to sell In Touch magazine a story about you having sex with President Trump, right?
The first time I told the story about having sex with Trump was in 2007, so there wasn't a next time.
But there's
what?
Yeah. Don't worry, you're about to hone in on that.
Well, your conversation with Gloria Allred was in 2011, right?
Right, the fall of 2011.
In Touch.
In Touch was in the spring of 2011.
When was your baby born?
What was that?
When was your baby born?
Objection.
Overruled. Just tell us the year.
2010.
And when you described the interaction with Gloria Allred in your book, you said it was right after having the baby was born, right?
She was an infant.
And in fact, your conversation, you had a series of phone conversations with a reporter named Jordy McGraw from In Touch magazine, right?
Right.
And she taped your conversation, right?
I don't know.
And later a transcript of it was published, right?
It was published. What a moron. I don't know if she records the conversation or not, or if she takes notes.
In 2011, you had those conversations, you were trying to sell your story, correct? About President Trump, right?
Which conversation?
Well, the conversations you had with this reporter from In Touch magazine, right?
Yes.
And you thought that you were offered $15,000 to be paid when the story ran, right?
Correct.
And am I correct that Michael Cohen threatened to sue the magazine if the story would run?
That's what I was told.
At the same time.
I don't know.
At the same time you told In Touch magazine that you had sex with President Trump, you had your lawyer, Keith Dennison, tell thedirty.com that you never had sex with Donald Trump, right?
I had him send a notice to take down what they had written.
And you denied having sex with President Trump, right?
Right, because I was afraid.
Well, on the one hand, you're telling the story to In Touch magazine that you did have sex. And at the same time, you're telling E! Magazine or thedirty.com that you never had sex with him, right?
It was not the same time. The dirty came after I was threatened in a parking lot.
You sure?
No.
You sure about that?
Yeah. They ran it a couple of times, I think. I'm not sure, and it was not until I was afraid.
Am I correct that you made a statement in 2011 to E! Online where you said that to E! News that the story about you having sex, in your words, was bullshit?
I never gave a statement to E! I was asked what I thought about all this stuff, and I said I thought it was bullshit.
Well, you said the story was bull, right?
Yes, but I did not refer to the act. The fact there was a story and they were trying to publicize it and put it on all these gossip sites was and still bullshit.
Especially because I didn't get paid. So you're saying now that was not a denial.
No.
You're saying it was bull, that it's going to be reported. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and guys, that's the cool part in court. There are times where you just get to keep dropping swear words.
I don't know. Can we
Let
say
her
them on
rip.
YouTube? And that's at the same time that you're trying to make $15,000 off the story. Is that correct?
This is really interesting testimony, honestly.
Yeah.
This
Silence
really
is-
this cross is really crushing her.
It really is. And
Yeah.
isn't it a fact that you said depended on who would pay you money?
No.
Well, one place you say I didn't have sex. The other place you say I did have sex. And it depends on who's paying money, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
False. I did 60 minutes with Anderson Cooper. Racing again. And they gave me 0.
I'm sorry. That's
Oh,
a good
no.
We'll get back to that. I'm back in 2011, right? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And Anderson Cooper is in 2018, right?
Yes.
So in 2011, I'll repeat my question. One place won't pay you money. You say you didn't have sex with President Trump. Another place that's offering you $15,000, you gave an extensive interview saying you did have sex with President Trump.
It was a 15-minute interview, and it was the only one I did, and I turned down all the other ones for money.
But the answer to my question is yes, isn't it?
No, it's not.
And when you say it was a 15-minute interview, it was a 22-page article, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's 22 pages of transcript, right?
I don't know.
And you're a fast speaker, but you think you speak that fast that you could generate 22 pages of transcripts in 15 minutes?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know.
And you, in fact, never received that $15,000.
Correct.
That was because, as you said, President Trump said your story was false and Michael Cohen threatened to sue you, right?
I don't know the exact reason why it did not run. I know that. God, she sucks about making sure she gets paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you claim that in 2011, after you sold your story to In Touch, you were approached by a man in a car.
By what?
A man in a car.
A man in the yellow hat.
According to you, this man threatened you and your infant daughter.
Correct. He said it was MAGA country.
He threatened your lives, you said.
He implied it, yes.
In 2011, when this supposedly happened, you didn't tell anybody about this supposed threat to yourself and your baby daughter.
I told my close friends.
Well, according to you, that threat happened while you were on the way to an exercise class.
Correct.
And right after it supposedly happened, you say you actually went to that exercise class?
I didn't go to the class. I went to the restroom in the class.
You went to the restroom. After that, you went to the class, right?
Joe. No, I did not return to the class. I waited till they were done with the class.
But you don't tell anybody at that class. You didn't tell your instructor that you had just supposedly been threatened.
No, I lied to her and told her that my baby had a blow in her diaper. That is why I was crying in the bathroom.
You didn't tell anybody else in the class about it.
No, they left before I came out of the bathroom anyway.
That was some blowout. You never before this instance said you were crying about it. Oops, hang on. Did you? That was the first time you ever said that.
No, it's not.
1 minute. Isn't it true that you wrote about this in your book, right?
Yes.
And you said that you went right to the bathroom and you must have looked crazy because the instructor yelled after you. Are you okay? Right?
Correct.
You said you responded. She had a blowout. I'll be there in a minute.
I was afraid to tell anyone. I was alone in the bathroom. I held my baby close instinctively, covering her head as I stared at myself in the mirror.
What a drama queen. You were shaking still, but less now, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say I was lying and the instructor saw me crying. Did you?
Yes, I did. I said she had a blowout. That is a lie. That is not telling the truth.
Then, in fact, in the same book, you said that I went and did the class, told no one what happened in the parking lot, right?
Yes, I went to the class afterwards. Everybody was gone. I told my instructor she had an accident, and that was it.
When you wrote, I went and did the class, you didn't mean to say I did the exercise class.
It was incorrect. I did not do the class.
So you wrote a book saying that you did the class, and now you're saying you didn't do the class.
I did not do the class. There's no way I could have possibly done exercises as scared as I was.
In any case, you didn't tell anybody in the class about it, right?
No, but I wasn't close with those women anyway.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't even tell your husband, who was the father of a child who you claim was threatened, right?
Correct.
The first time you publicly told this story was about a supposed threat to your life was in 2018, right?
I don't remember.
Well, it was on the Anderson Cooper show, wasn't it?
Publicly in like an interview?
Yes.
I know I had told it before that because a colleague told it in an interview she did about me. She was the only person I called that day or the next day after it happened.
At that time, though, in your book, you said you told no one, right?
Yes.
Now you claim you told a colleague.
Afterwards, not that day.
But you wrote you told nobody about this story.
Which I said in the book, as you just read. I told nobody about it that day or the days that followed.
Sorry, you're making me. So the first time you mentioned it publicly was 7 years after it supposedly happened, right?
Yes.
And for 7 years, it's your claim that you kept this story secret from your husband, right? I'm sure she kept a lot from her husband.
I kept all of it secret from my husband.
Your daughter's life was in jeopardy and you did not tell her father, right?
Right.
But when you went on Anderson Cooper and were interviewed, you decided to announce it to the world, right?
Correct.
And the reason you told the story in 2018 is you were using it as an excuse for why you never publicly.
Sorry. That's what
okay.
I do. That's what I do when red pops up. God bless you, Bella Stella. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you another one of these ones. And I'm going to pause and say that all of my players here, all you guys doing a phenomenal job. Really, really excellent job. Like following through. Yeah. So I want to publicly say thank you. I'm going to put like links down here in the description so that people want to just follow along to you guys. That'd be appropriate. So thank you. Yeah, no, you guys are really amazing.
I just got out of character, Joe. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Where am I? And the reason you never told the story. Okay, so I think it's your answer.
Yes. I don't understand what you are asking.
Well, you used this supposed threat that happened to you as an excuse to tell people. That's why I didn't talk publicly. I was afraid.
But I did talk publicly.
Well, when did you give a public interview before 2011? Before 2018?
I talked publicly on the speakerphone on set multiple times. On a radio show in 2007, I told the story.
Okay, Ms. Daniels, I'm asking you about an interview, not what you supposedly told friends.
An interview on the radio show. That was an interview.
When was that?
In 2007.
What show was that?
A radio show in Tampa.
And you didn't say the person's name, did you?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure?
I wrote it down on a piece of paper and is shown in the video.
This is what you claim now you said, but what occurred is...
Objection.
Overruled.
What occurred is, obviously, you were asked 4 famous people you slept with.
Yes.
And you wrote down 3 people's names.
I don't remember how many names I wrote down. It might have been 3 or 4.
It was never made public.
Correct.
What is you claim the public story that you claim you told before?
I mentioned Lake Tahoe at in the hotel room, and that is pretty obvious. It is about Donald Trump.
In 2018, when you went on TV, you said with Anderson Cooper, you never told the story publicly before because I was threatened.
Correct.
And you blame that on Michael Cohen, right?
No, I blamed it on the man in the garage.
But you said that you believed that Michael Cohen was the one who sent the man in the garage.
I did at the time. I was wrong.
At the time, you hated Michael Cohen.
Absolutely.
But now you and Michael Cohen are buddies.
I wouldn't say we are buddies.
You went on his podcast a couple of times.
To have him apologize, and he did.
You hosted his podcast, right?
No.
You didn't take over his podcast and post it on your site?
It was not his podcast. My podcast is called Beyond the Norm. His was called Mea Culpa.
When you say you went on his podcast to have him apologize, you went on to talk about your story, about supposedly having sex with President Trump.
Correct.
And on that podcast, he told you he had nothing to do with any supposed threat made to you, right?
Correct.
And by the way, both you and Michael Cohen share a desire to make money off seeing President Trump go to jail, right?
Objection as to Michael Cohen.
Sustained.
You have a desire.
I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Withdrawn. In 2018, you went on The View and repeated your story about this guy that supposedly threatened you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you had a sketch artist draw a picture of what the man supposedly looked like.
Michael Avenatti hired a sketch artist.
You announced it on The View?
Yes, he did.
You and Michael Avenatti were sitting right next to each other?
Correct.
He was your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And when you say he did it, you did it with him?
No, he hired the artist and surprised me with it, honestly.
The sketch artist basically did it off what Michael Avenatti described, not what she
Oh,
described.
that sounds great.
Yeah. Apparently, Michael Avenatti was there in the garage with her also in the new version.
Yeah.
And you and Michael Avenatti offered a $100,000 reward for anyone who could identify the supposed assailant.
Michael Avenatti offered a $100,000 reward. I would never agree to that.
Michael Avenatti never had to pay that $100,000 reward, did he?
No.
Because no one ever came forward and said, oops, I know who this man might be.
A lot of people did. Either none of them checked out or he didn't follow up on it. He definitely got a lot of hits.
That's because this man never existed.
He absolutely existed.
The whole story was made up.
None of it was made.
No, none of it. Oh, that was you. Can we take an afternoon break?
Would you like to take a break?
Yes.
All right. There's only like 10 pages left. So
All right, let's go. Let's go. Keep going.
Let's go.
Continue case on trial. I imagine we're going to continue on Thursday.
How late are we going?
If we have to continue Thursday, we will stop at 4:30. Then I imagine there's some redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness
All right.
honoring.
Let's get the jury. Case on trial. All jurors are present. Continue cross-exam.
Before the break, just a few minutes ago, we talked about an e-online article. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that you were quoted in there as saying that the story is bull, right?
Yes.
Oops, I lost it all. What happened? Oh, there we go. You said you meant by that, you weren't denying that you had sex with him. You were discussing this as bull thing to do, right?
Yes.
If we can show that. Do you remember saying to E! You vehemently deny the story about you and President Trump hooking up after Trump had played the golfing event and then meeting up multiple times after that?
No, I do not remember that.
If we could show the witness what has been marked as defendant's J42, turn to page 3 of that. Am I correct that you previously said that you vehemently deny the story about the two of you hooking up after Trump played golf in a golfing event and vehemently denied meeting up multiple times after that?
I did not give that statement. I never gave a direct statement directly to them at all.
You're saying that this is not true. That's your testimony?
I am saying that I did not give a statement denying the story. It says Stormy Daniels herself told E! News that she is not commenting on the stories, but the story is bullshit. That is my one comment.
So you're saying where the article says you vehemently deny this, the article is false. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Turning back to in 2011, you were denying to thedirty.com that you had sex with President Trump.
I never spoke to thedirty.com. I couldn't have denied it. They put up a statement. I was asked if I wanted Keith Davidson to have it removed. I absolutely wanted to have it removed. I did not confirm or deny anything to the Dirty. I never spoke to them.
Well, your lawyer did.
He was he told them to take the story down. Whether he spoke to them directly or not, I do not know. All I know is he took it down and he wanted it down and he took it down.
Keith Davidson was your lawyer?
He was Gina's lawyer. That's how I met him. She said, "Do you want me to have my attorney take it down?" I said, yes.
You asked him. You authorized him to deny that story was true and get it taken down, right?
No, I did not. I authorized him to have the story taken down.
Now, in 2016, you claim you've been threatened and you were afraid for your life, right?
Yes.
But at that point, you were afraid for your life. You had been told, don't talk anymore about Trump. Otherwise, your life and your baby's life will be in danger, right?
Correct.
So you decided, well, I'm going to tell my story, right?
I didn't just decide that. I was given advice from someone to do so.
Oh, so I didn't decide that. Someone else
Right.
decided for me.
Yeah.
So I actually discussed it with someone.
Yeah.
You were given advice, according to you, that instead of staying quiet because your life was threatened, instead, the best thing to do was to go out and tell your story, right?
Sell your story.
Sell it. Sell the
Yes.
story.
Yeah, no, definitely don't just tell it. No, that's
Sell
terrible advice. The best thing to do
Yes.
when you're threatened
Is
about
sell
not selling your story is to sell your story.
Exactly.
Yes, I was a very different person. I was very different, a much braver person in 2016 than 2011. Because Donald Trump was not just a guy on television who was running for president. I was more afraid for my situation. The attorney told me, get high, stay light, get out in front of where you are, safe, hide in plain view.
Okay.
In 2011, your story wasn't worth much money.
I don't know what it was worth. I turned down many offers.
You turned down or tried to get $15,000. You couldn't get that.
Correct.
Now, in 2016, you said that you were afraid, but the story was worth a lot of money for you now, right?
Correct.
And you then had Gina Rodriguez go out and try and sell the story, right?
Correct. I didn't care for how much. I just wanted to get the story out there, which is why I had a
Uh-huh.
press conference set up for free.
And you didn't give a free press conference, did you?
I didn't have to.
You were looking to extort money from President Trump, right?
I am surprised that state did not object at the idea of she's extorting money.
Yeah. Yeah.
False.
Well, that's what you did, right?
False.
And just when you were talking about your fear, your supposed fear that you supposedly felt is totally based on the supposed incident that took place in 2011 that you never told anybody about, right?
I am really sorry. I can't always hear when you step away.
Happy Mother's Day, Sean.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
When you say this fear that you say you were under in 2016 is based on the supposed incident that supposedly took place 5 years earlier that you still hadn't told anybody publicly about, right?
It was not a supposed incident. It was a true incident. I had told a lot of people.
You hadn't told your husband, right?
No.
And then so because you had that fear, you decided to do exactly the opposite of what the person had told you to do, right?
Which person?
Oh my God. That supposed guy who showed up in the parking lot.
Correct.
So you weren't really very scared, were you?
I was terrified. I decided to change my tactic. It was a new ball game. There was a big difference between a reality TV star and someone running for office.
The truth is, you saw your opportunity to make it known. You had Gina Rodriguez try to sell your story to the National Enquirer.
I saw my opportunity to get the story out. I didn't put a price tag on it. That's why I did every interview for free.
You didn't do any interview for free at that point?
Correct.
And I want to show you what is in evidence as People's Exhibit 117A, which are texts from Gina Rodriguez and Dylan Howard of the National Enquirer. If we can put that up and turn to page 2, if we can blow it up, the part that starts with Stormy Daniels, if we could go to the prior line. This is an evidence of text between Gina Rodriguez and Dylan Howard. Do you see in the first box, it's dated June 28th, 2016?
Yes.
And Gina and you see where it says from G?
Yes.
There is a redaction.
Yes.
Do you see that? I represent to you that is Gina Rodriguez's email that's been redacted. Am I correct that she says Stormy Daniels in the next box? She says, I have her.
I'm going to object as asking this witness what someone else said.
It's an evidence. If you can confirm that's what it says, that is what it says.
And then Dylan Howard in the next box asked, is she ready to talk? Right?
Yes.
And it says, I thought she denounced it previously in the next box, right?
Yes. I don't know who Wide Eye Communications or Dylan is.
But you had, in fact, denounced it previously, right?
I don't know what this is in reference to exactly, specifically.
I'm not asking you about it.
I'm going to ask you to let the witness finish.
Sustained.
Had you denounced it previously?
I don't know what is previously. But to be fair, I'm getting confused right now, too.
I'm so...
No, so they're basically, she's showing her that there was this email that came in that now she's trying to sell it. And to Dylan, that her agent is trying to sell it to Dylan Howard. Dylan Howard is
And this is
from some gossip rag, and
Yeah.
I guess, and he's saying, didn't she denounced this previously? And she's like, I don't know why I don't know what previously is. So
it would help if we could see that, because if they're looking at the email, we could see the dates and the time.
right.
Probably help.
I guess that would help.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's probably not going to happen right
No.
now.
I'm not.
No, please.
Joe, it's your fault, Joe.
But you had, in fact, denounced it previously, right?
I don't know what this is in reference exactly to specifically.
I'm not asking you about it.
Oh, Susan, I don't know what it was
there I am.
previously.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to let the witness finish.
So we covered this. I'm sorry.
Okay, I know where we're at now.
Okay.
I don't want to confirm or deny something when I don't know what they're talking about.
When you look at the next box, she said, from Gina Rodriguez, she said she will do it under 2 conditions. If you can go to the next box, and then she doesn't want to go on record about it, but will tell her stories through a source. It says she had sex with him. She wants $100,000. Do you see that?
I do.
And that was in June of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And President Trump was running for president of the United States at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you had authorized Gina Rodriguez to try and sell your story, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to do it through a source, right?
Once again, I don't know what this is specifically talking about. I don't know who Dylan is. I don't know who White Eye Communication is. She doesn't want to go on the record about it, but will tell it through a source. I don't know what specific story. Jeez. What?
Yeah.
Do you have that many stories you don't know?
It's a story about her buying her ranch while paying rent for it, I guess.
Yeah. Like,
well, she's winning her horse races or
that's
something.
In reality, that is a face palming answer. Is it about sex? Is it about being threatened? You want me to comment on something when I
don't know what
context?
previously is?
That's not fair.
Yeah. Up to you,
Putting aside the text, I'm asking you a question. My question is, in June of 2016, have you authorized Gina David to sell your story under the condition you would tell it through a source?
I authorized Gina Rodriguez to shop the story so I could make it public.
There you go. One of your conditions was that you were telling it through a source, and the other was that you'd get $100,000, right?
I don't remember that. No.
That's how they came to 130, by the way. That's how they came to 130, because they said after cutting off all the fees, she's going to be down at 96. That's how they got this.
Okay.
You're wondering that number. Yeah.
Oh, so she didn't. So did they basically box her out and didn't tell her it was for 130, and they just said like, "Here's your $100,000"?
No, I think they must have told her 130, but we're going to be taking our fees off the top. That's probably what it was. So.
And you don't remember those being your conditions?
No, because they were not my conditions. For the state, I had a press conference set up for free.
Okay, but you didn't do the press conference. Sorry.
No, because Gina came back into the picture. I hadn't talked to her in a long time, so to be honest, about the chance to get the story out and make some money, yes.
You wanted to get some money. This is a question mark.
Story and make some money.
Oh.
You wanted to do it anonymously, right?
No.
You said Gina Rodriguez's statement there was false.
I don't know what she is referring to, so I am not going to say her statement is false.
And turn to page 4. Look at the second box from the bottom, and you see it says on the top box, what happened with Stormy Daniels' interview on Trump? And then Dylan Howard responds, let's discuss this week. And Gina says, okay, she's asking. This is in July of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Were you, in fact, pushing again that you wanted to sell your story?
I was pushing that I wanted to sell my story. Yeah.
Bingo!
Bingo.
Thank you.
And that was in July of 2016, right?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 6.
Why don't we stop at this point? All right, juries, let's call it a day. All right. I remind you to please not talk either amongst yourselves or with anyone else about anything related to the case. Please continue to keep an open minute or open mind. Do not form or express an opinion about the defendant's guilt or innocence until all the evidence is in. And I have given you my final instruction on the law, and I've directed you to begin your deliberations. Do not request, accept, agree to accept or discuss with any person or the receipt or acceptance of any payment or benefit in return for supplying any information concerning the trial. Report directly to me any incident within your knowledge involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence you or members of the jury. Do not visit or view any of the locations discussed in the testimony, and do not use any program or electronic device to search for or view any locations discussed in the testimony. Do not read, view, or listen to any accounts or discussions of the case that include the reading of any transcripts of the trial or the reading of any court sites. Do not visit goodlogic.com. Certainly do not subscribe to him, and if you can, you probably should unsubscribe, or at least tell YouTube that if you accidentally subscribe, you should be unsubscribed by them. Do not attempt to research any fact, issue, or law related to this case. Do not communicate with anyone about the means or the people involved in the case. Do not pass go collect $200, and that means including by telephone, text messages, emails, chat rooms, blogs, or the internet. Do not search for any information about the case or the law which applies to the case, the people involved in the case. I will see you Thursday morning. You may be seated. Miss Daniels, you can step out. Witness, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Court, is there anything we need to discuss at this time?
No, Your Honor.
I'll see you Thursday.
Chat,
Thank
that means
you.
you can't, that admission means you can't talk about this to anybody.
Yes, no one who's watched this program is allowed to talk about the fact that you watch Good Logic or any of the people in the Good Logic Players Association here. So there you go. I want to say thank you again, you guys. Am I supposed to pull up that thing you shared with me? What is that? How long is it?
One of your people had a question there, like, why isn't this automatically dismissed now? Because here's the deal, though. This isn't a Judge Marcon thing. This is like all judges would do this. They'll say, well, counselor, you know what? You could point out to the jury this all goes towards the credibility of their testimony and evidence. And they'll just like, you could point out to the jury they're full of shit. I'm not dismissing the case. So that's not just a Judge Marcon thing. That's pretty much how all judges will act, even when cases fall apart. So
Indeed.
that's what he's probably going to say.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
Yeah.
Let me whatchamacallit. Let me do. Oh, whoa, didn't mean to do that. let me just pull this up real fast here. This is a 2-minute thing. I don't even know what this is. I'm a little scared by the title.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I don't hear nothing.
And this woman's what, 48?
Yeah.
Trooper.
Who was present?
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
I don't
Trooper
think that
Bukaki?
I think that means something else. that she
Trooper what
doesn't
now?
intend.
Proctor.
Did Trooper Bukaki go to the party that night?
Yes,
She
Trooper
did.
Bukaki that
You
interviewed Albert.
and your husband
Julie
together,
Albert.
correct?
I think it's Buchanan.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including
Emily's
Michael
reaction is the
Proctor,
best.
suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
That was a really big slip in this trial. She definitely got his name wrong in the worst way. I can only imagine Emily Baker's chat must be going absolutely insane.
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Take place within your home.
Oh, that poor trooper.
In my family room?
I mean, we haven't seen him testify yet, so
Are you
maybe
sitting on
not poor
couches?
trooper.
Yes.
You comfortable?
Hang on, let me check
Yes.
the
You were not in a
witness
police
list
interrogation
to
room,
see
correct?
what his
No,
name
I was not.
actually is.
And
I
it
think it's
wasn't particularly
Buchanan.
lengthy, correct?
Okay.
What do you define lengthily? I don't
That's what she
recall.
said.
I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evenings, correct?
We're already
And
dead.
then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left.
Wait,
correct?
hang on.
Correct.
Yeah, Buchanan. Sergeant
at
Yuri
6:17
Buchanan. Oh, that poor
PM,
guy.
That same night,
this.
shortly
You know what?
after
Those
you
of us
had
with
been
ethnic
interviewed,
names, we sometimes have a
you
hard
called
time.
Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I
Oh,
don't
that was a
remember.
bad one. that was a really bad one. Okay.
You know how? Just think about it, how
You know,
scary
I
it'd be.
can't explain what she said. I like my monetization on YouTube. I do. There's times we're willing to go there, but today is not the day. Google at your own risk is all I got on that.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. Well, there you
Imagine
go.
You're getting handcuffed, and it's like it's actually his name. It's Sergeant Buchanan, but it's like you're getting arrested. You're like, Mr. Newman, you're under arrest. My name's Sergeant Bukaki. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Okay.
There's some people
All
who are
right.
like, ooh, oh no. I don't know.
Why don't you guys? Why don't you guys spend a moment chilling? I'll give you a chance first, Sean, before
All right,
before
guys,
I close up
am
here.
That Potentially Criminal, YouTube, and all the other fun places. We are watching the Kieran Reed trial. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting, and a lot of people are still mad about my opinions on Turtle Boy, but they are what they are. So you guys can find me though. We're watching the trial. It's been very, very interesting. And also, we just covered the response to the Vince McMahon lawsuit, and yeah, pretty simple. They're trying to get arbitration going. So,
All right.
yeah, very interesting response.
And yes.
My YouTube channel is Moxie Dame. You see the name here.
There you
I'm
go.
also on Twitter, Sir Lead Early, and I have link trees and everything if you make your way to those locations to anything else I have going on. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now. You guys, all three of you did phenomenal work in bringing to life testimony that I think all of us wish we could have actually seen, but unfortunately has been seen by fewer than 200 people because they don't even have sufficient viewing room for all the reporters who want to come there. But you can ask your questions and complain to the court about that, and I would be impressed if you did. You should complain to the court because it's ridiculous that you have to wake up at 5 a.m. if you want to be guaranteed a spot at this trial. Anyway, that is our show. Let me be 100% sure that I didn't miss any comments. I think I got everything. I'm pretty sure I at least pulled everything up. I didn't want to interrupt the flow unless it was like absolutely necessary because you all know how important the flow is. So I thank you guys again for joining me, and I'll be back here, God willing, tomorrow night. Till then, take care of yourselves. As always, do not eat the bugs. And good night and Godspeed.
Good night, everybody.